with another live. And for those catching this on playback, once again, my gratitude, my appreciation for those who take the time out and catch these lives on playback. You subscribe to my channel if you're new here. Ooh, excuse me. Or even if you're scrolling through and you catch this on playback, I appreciate you. My gratitude as always for taking your time out. Divine F Empress, what's up? Peace, sis. I was on earlier, a couple hours ago, and I told the people I'll be back in about hour and a half, 2 hours. OG kicks, peace. Had to go straighten up, cleanse myself. I was actually doing a live outside for the most part. I took a walk, decided to go live, talk to the people as they was in. Then told them I had to get off a live real fast. Started getting hungry. Once again, yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Got hungry, had to go eat, wash up, take care of myself, take care of some other thing, make some phone calls and stuff like that. So I'm back as promised. I was gonna come back. And I got an interesting, well, not an interesting, but I got a message ending the last live. Um for those that I don't know if people earlier was are in here now, but Divine Vipers, you wasn't in here earlier, but if you remember the profile name, oh man, I forgot the person's name already. Chosen Queen. My boo, yes, I'm back. Chosen Queen had reintroduced themselves back into the last live stream that just ended. And they decided to message me, or not message me, but leave a comment on the live that I had recently just ended, and they were saying they just wanted to basically clarify again, like repeating themselves, that even though that they're not subscribed to my channel, that they wanted to let me know again that they sometimes just scrolling through, on their shorts, or whether they be on live feeds, or most of the time when you're on YouTube shorts and you scroll through, it may be a live stream that pops up, and they say, even though that they're not subscribed, they just, my lives just popped up on them, so they figure, they'll come in. So, um, yeah, they left me a message saying that again, and I understand how it works, right? But understand that if I come through on your feed and you're not subscribed to me, understand that the algorithm is pushing myself, my channel, my live stream to you for a certain reason. It's not done by random. It's not by coincidence. So whatever's going on your algorithm on your side of your phone, and you're not subscribed to me, and you roll up and I just mysteriously pop up on your YouTube feed, is for a reason. Is you're meant to see me, is that you're meant to come across my channel, engage if you must. But some of the topics that I talk on or touch on, especially with my special perspective on things, is for a reason. So Some people could get caught up in the doom scrolling. And that's why I say if you're scrolling through, take the time to stop for a second because you can hear something new, you can hear something fresh. It's a little bit more calmer on this side of the internet dealing with me. I I just doom scroll here. What's the topic? What's the channel topic? There's no set channel topic. Um, I usually go off the cuff. But something that we can talk about that I do want to talk about is the doom scrolling. Excuse me. And for those who scroll endlessly, watching to be entertained or waiting to be entertained, um, when you get caught up in the doom scrolling, you find yourself aimlessly just scrolling just to find something. Sometimes you can doom scroll and it might be something interesting going on, but then you continue to just scroll, continue scrolling until something really catches your attention. So I just want to put out to the people out there, and like I said, from Chosen Queen earlier, who's saying that, she was just scrolling and they came across my feed. So they just decided to pop in and say what's up or, whatever the case may be. That's cool. But even if you are subscribed or not subscribed, it doesn't matter. Um, what you have to do is stop the doom scrolling because you're searching for something when you're doom scrolling and you don't even know what you're really searching for. I find myself at times doing that as well, so I make a conscious effort to stop myself. Trying to find something to kill time or trying to find something to distract me from whatever it is else I'm supposed to be doing, like sleeping. Um, over the course of last week, I was sick, I was down and out, so I didn't want to do a live on my part. I wasn't feeling well, so you get caught up on the internet and trying to occupy your time, but then you just find yourself scrolling through this internet. And what tends to happen is having internet fatigue. Internet fatigue. Yes, we're all guilty of it. And what it actually is not actually that you're looking, because you can always find something to search something that can pique your interest, but you're looking for something new or looking for something intriguing. But what it actually is internet fatigue. It's actually a sign for you to stop scrolling and to stop going through to find something interesting and actually get off the internet. And that's what I come to realize is that once when I find myself in that mode of doom scrolling, that I actually have to stop and get off the internet, not continue to search for something to occupy my time or uh uh misdirect my distraction, because what it actually is it's already distracting. So I just want to put that out there to you guys. If you are doom scrolling, you come across me, stay here for a while, of course. Especially if you come across my content, you heard? Stay a while, interact, be cool. But it's actually it's actually a sign of internet fatigue. You've probably overconsumed or consumed enough internet for the time, and you just get mentally in a space where you done consumed all you can that you actually need it, and then you continue to scroll to look for more, and there's nothing there. So from my lips to your ears, if you hear me, if you ever get into that mode of doom scrolling, you feel that it is more that you need to take a part of this internet, is actually not. It's to keep you attached. You're actually fatigued from whatever it is that's on the internet, and you need to get off the internet actually and not continue to scroll. Is a telltale sign. Let me see what you guys are talking about in this chat, man, because y'all I see it scrolling down. Um JHP had asked, How far are you on semen retention? I mean, I've been on this journey going on 4 years with long streaks, far and in between, dealing with women, dealing with relapses during the course, dealing with everything that comes along with the journey. I stopped counting days after a certain amount of time. Um, and it's just my lifestyle, brother. Do women Andrew H17 asks, do women know when a guy is on SR? Women pick up on certain Women pick up on pheromones. They don't necessarily know that you're on semen retention, but they can pick up on pheromones as well as you could pick up on pheromones on women as well. But they pick up on something about your energy, certain pheromones that are attached to you, that you possess something, that you're doing something. And it's not necessarily like a light bulb goes off, oh yeah, semen retention. No, women pick up on pheromones, your scent, your smell, your energy. Energy is real, brothers. Understand this. And pheromones is a real thing. Um, they can smell it on you, but they don't necessarily know what it is. They have a sense where something goes off on them, uh, and they're able to tell at least through your energy that you're holding some type of masculine energy. Masculine, you have this masculine aura about you, that's why you become more attractive to them. You give off a sense and a certain aura that they can tell that you're different. You're moving different. But it's not necessarily like they pinpoint and say it's semen retention. I got it. And JHP says don't doom scroll. It's all a distraction from prayer and yourself. Yeah. That's why I said you need to get off for real. I know they can feel your energy, but do they know what it's coming from? Nah, Andrew, most of them don't know. Some women can't even conceive the concept of semen retention. They don't. I'm not going to say they don't think, but a lot of women. It's just think about the practice of semen retention, and if you're aware of the content, they say 1% of men truly practice it. So it's an uncommon practice. It's something that I even get asked by women uh, certain questions because they've never heard of it. Most women don't know what it is for real. They don't even understand why a man would want to go that route for real. So I get women that ask me, what's the reason for semen retention? What's the reason for not releasing, and other things like that. So a lot of women are being put up on game as well. So a lot of them don't know what it is or where it's coming from. And yes, JHP says that's why they question how mysterious you are. Yeah. Would you rather fight a 150-pound chicken or a 15-pound spider to the death? Bud Morgan is asking this question. Um, I don't know, bro. Zon, what's up, brother? I don't know who that is. DUI, a young Thomas Sowell. Zon, peace to you, brother. How's everything? So, what's your state in life? Are you looking to marry? No, I'm not looking to marry at this time. I'm not even dating, brother. By nature, DJ Quick has some. Yeah, Divine Vipers, OG Kicks, he's been on one today. um, but JHP, yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not really in I'm just letting everything attract to me naturally. However things go. Um, that's the type of time and I'm on. I'm not trying to force anything. I'm not looking. I'm not searching. I'm chilling. I'm taking my time right now. Maybe in the future, if it makes sense to marry. But yeah. Spider-Man versus Batman. Who wins? Batman. In being celibate, the most attracted I've ever been was to a man that was also celibate. Yeah. I'm currently dating with the intention to marry this Christian girl, but what's your opinion on this? She's divorced and we are dating. Can I marry her? Honest question. JHP, I mean, that bond is between you two. Um, you know, this is the path that both of you have chosen. You know what I'm saying? You're dating with the intention to marry, which is a good thing. Um, she's divorced, which is a great thing. I don't believe in dealing with married women until I don't care what they're going through. If she's still married to that man, then I suggest you shouldn't be dealing with her. But if she's divorced, then you're good. That means that person should be out of the picture on that type of level. Um, you should be able to marry her, yeah. If that's the route you want to go, for sure. Ruppers Drive. Would you rather block someone for asking stupid questions or for being unintelligent? And Raven Brown says you play football. I used to play. Football was my thing. I played semi-pro football for 2 years. So, oh well, bro. Hope everything's all. Yeah, man. I appreciate that, Zion. Everything is straight, man. Still got this lingering cough, but it's cool. Right, attract. Too many of the men that approach me don't have so much chance of hell. Yes, divine fembers. That's another thing. Make sure she's divorced, not separated. Facts. But it sounds like bro has a pretty much handle on things if you're dating this person. And I mean for me, you can never be too sure, right? I get what you're saying, divine fembers. Like make sure, double check. If she got papers, let's see those papers. Elijah, yeah. I mean, they they starting off early. They are starting to start off early. Only 20 minutes into this live and already. Um Elijah says Jesus loves you and the only way to get to heaven is to repent and turn to him. Okay. Um Same message, different alias. You see the patterns? We thank you for that, Elijah. Thank you. We get that. And JHP says, thank you. I believe in God's time. I've been single for uh 10 years seeking God and holiness. Then I met the girl naturally. Again, thanks for the wisdom. Channel Rocks, brother. I appreciate that, JHP. Yeah, man. Once again, man, I know being on my journey, like I said, as far as marriage, that's something that I'm not looking at right now. Like I really want to get to know the person, um, date, if that's what you want to call it, for a little while. or not even for a little while, just date, and based upon our standards and how our relationship goes, if that's the next step to things, then you take it that a step further. Ryan says, what position did you play? I played corner. I played on the defensive side when I played semi pro. But throughout the years I played running back, corner, a little bit of wideout, a little bit of running back. In in another league I played linebacker for a little bit. Can you help out move ministry? He needs the help. Jadon says, can you help out God moves ministry? I don't know what type of ministry is that. I don't know what they're into, Jadon. So I'll be lying to you to say I will help something out that I don't know what really their mission is or about. So I will have to have more information on that. OG Kick says, Elijah, I'm gonna let you live. I know what you are. Yeah. Abe Snake, man, I appreciate the donation, man. I seen it come through. I just wanted to address the people as they was trying to catch up to the chat. But hey, how have you been? I hope all is well. Life has been very difficult for me lately, but I'm always happy to catch a lot. I appreciate that, Abe Snake, man, for that donation. And same here, man. We all going through, what I mean, we all go through the struggle. We all going through something. Life being difficult, going through things, whether it be personal, whether it has to deal with material. Um, but Abe Snake, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate the donation, and I appreciate you always coming through to catch these lives, man. I'm glad these lives are here to make you happy, brighten up your day, and kind of get you off what's going on that may be troubling you. This is also soothing for me. I come, address the people, and it helps me get my mind off of things, talk to the people, connect with the people. So I'm glad you're here, man. It's love. Yeah, it's on a repetitive spam message. Yeah, I had a dude on me for 5 years. His ex had, damn, 6 kids. She allowed him to cheat. The most disgusting moment was seeing him scroll through. Man, yeah, that's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm a believer in I don't want to keep it to myself, but I gotta say, if you got multiple kids with someone, especially on that magnitude, it's better to just stick with that person for real. 6 kids is a lot, and then to just walk away from, not walk away from. Once again, I don't know the context of people's relationships and what can could have caused the breakup, but when you have built a family with someone on that magnitude, man, it's you know, 1 kid, 2 kids is one thing. I got 1 kid with my ex, but all those kids, bro, 6, it's crazy. Listen to the wrong side. And hey, man, hey, Jadon, bro, I don't know what you trying to do, man, but listen to me. If you still in here, Jadon, I don't have other people going on another person's live stream or platform telling them to come to my stream and donate to me. You're low key pocket watching. That's not cool. Pocket watching on the internet is crazy work, and I don't get the same energy from other people over here, nor do I need that. I don't want anyone to go on someone else's platform. Thank you. Thank you for that, Divine Empress. Yeah, I don't need people going on anyone else's platform, watching them get donations and then saying, "Hey, uh, can you go over to TSG channel or Crowd of Boyz channel and donate over there too. Come on, man. That's some new shit. That's going on over there. If Abe Snake wants to go over there and donate to whoever is, you know what I mean, is his donation that he's putting it somewhere, that's his business. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, but that's weird behavior. That's crazy. Says, damn, you was all yeah, man. I love the game, bro. I was all over the place. My main position was corner though. I love defense. And then also I like getting the ball too, of course. You know, everybody wants to score touchdowns, right? I never understood football. I only watched it in college because the guys that's funny. Yeah, it's a great game once when you into it like that, you know. It's a great game. My wife has stage 4 cancer, sadly, if you pray for her. Hey man, Abe Snake, man, my prayers go out to you. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I pray for her healing. That the hand of God is over her. And this time I know is testy, a lot of uncertainty. Just stay close, have that connection, and her fight is just as much as your fight. You got to be strong for her, you know. So, man, my prayers for you and your family, bro. Mason Turner, man, shouts out to you. I'm 27. Gabriella, peace to you. Says I have a learning disability, and why do people have to be so mean to me? Because I'm trying to get people to get on my YouTube channel so I can describe my own YouTube channel. Gabriella, if you're trying to do this over the internet is a weird place. It is a blessing, Gabriella, if you're still here, to come across genuine people on this internet who are truly here to support you. It's a blessing to me every time I get some of the same characters on here, moderators, people who come across live streams who show support and show love. I'm always grateful for that, and that's what keeps me coming back. I stopped caring about the numbers. I stopped caring about subscribers. I stopped caring about likes. I stopped caring about donations. It's the genuine people who come across and genuinely show you love, who genuinely look out for you, who, for whatever reasons, um, they connect with you. It's a connection thing. So you got to take that and move along with that. You can't get too caught up in people being mean, because most of the people that are being mean on this internet have nothing better else to do. They're not really happy within themselves. So to take that out on someone that's like yourself or on the internet is more easier to do, especially if you have a default or not. I don't want to make that sound like a negative thing, like a default, but if you have a flaw, and you bring that to the internet, it's more easier for people to take it out on you because they're not truly happy within themselves. So some people, you have to understand, really come to the internet to get their shit off because they're not like that in real life. So to put someone else down is easier behind the screen where they can't be touched, can't be seen, than to do it in real life. So if you're coming to the internet to meet nice people and for people not to be mean to you, then you're in the wrong space. You're gonna have a hard time. You have to expect the meanies. All right. But I'm glad you're here on this side. For real, Gabriella. But continue to push for your channel and do what you do, and those type of people will come. They will gravitate to you. Life is definitely a process that has to be trusted wholeheartedly. I fall back to dark spaces sometimes, but I always remember how grateful. Yeah, man. Yeah. OG Kick says I preach. Yeah, man. Always gotta be grateful. That's how I always start off my live streams. If you got, I know you guys catch it when you guys, scroll on or get the notification, however you catch me. But within the first seconds where I start live streams, I always say my gratitude for whoever comes through, catch the playbacks, my gratitude. Because a lot of people don't have to. They don't have to watch the playbacks or however long, it takes them um, to finally exit out when they stop hearing enough. Because these lives, especially the late night ones, they be going on for hours and hours. So I don't really expect too much people to watch a whole live stream for 4 hours, 5 hours. But those who do come through and catch that, I always tell them like my gratitude, because you just taking the time out just to check it out is I'm grateful for that. Grateful for this platform, what to have, and if you take the time out to see what's going on, that's all I can ask for. She left him. He needed to have intimacy outside of their marriage, and he bragged. I'll send her the video, man. Yeah, that dude sounds crazy. Jade out straight, yeah, yeah. Dry, dry bagging his footy. King Palmer says, "Why did you search your YouTube channel?" I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, man. King Palmer, peace. I would to my husband. The team had all white. I'll pull out. Abe Snake, man, you welcome, man. The internet is filled mostly with trolls and corn. Yeah. I remember when I cared about relationships and then all of a sudden I worked out. That workout will take you, those workouts make you focus more on yourself. You start forgetting about the outside validation. You start looking in the mirror more. It's a great self-care, self-love mechanism. You have to study yourself, you have to build yourself, and the nodes, how to flaws, fears, secrets make you weak. Gabby, no, you're stronger than most people. Yeah. And shouts out to Gabby, Gabriella. Do you know TF2? And I'm sorry, but can you do references? Aiden, I don't know what TF2 is. I don't know what that is. Let's talk about the dense baby bush you have. Size keeps your testosterone high and keeps you young. Yeah. Fear no one but God says, what do you mean? Stop scrolling through. Bronze Gold in peace. How you, sis? How's everything, love? Um, Scrolling, yes. Earlier, we was talking about doom scrolling earlier in the chat, and was talking about and everyone has admitted to doom scrolling, even myself. We've all guilty of this, and I was just putting out there to make the people aware of where it can be coming from or why is it happening. A lot of us don't know, and it's this internet. It's weird. It's addictive. And with the scrolling now, one with the doom scrolling, we find ourselves looking for entertainment. And when you're scrolling through, you might have already had enough internet already, right? But it may be coming from also a state of being bored. So you continue to scroll, trying to find something interesting, something that may, get your attention or take your attention off of something. So you're on the internet trying to find a source of entertainment, but actually it can be you having a what did I say it was earlier? Internet fatigue. So you might have consumed all the internet that you already needed, but being that you're probably still bored or in a state of just searching along for something to be entertained by, you might just be it might be a state of internet fatigue, and now nothing can really pique your interest, but you're still on a search for something to pique your interest. It is most likely, most of the time, a sign that you actually need to get off the internet, because something that may have caught your attention may catch your attention for that time being, and you're back to scrolling again. So it's really a sign to either stop scrolling and get off the internet. And I made a little joke and said, if you scroll and you come across my information, my internet, then I want you to stop here and chill with me for a second, right? But in all honesty, if it's on some late night stuff, and if I'm not on the internet, then you can get off, or you can stay on with me if I am on and chill with me for a little bit. But once again, I'm guilty of this, of being on and getting almost in a internet scroll off, looking for something to be entertained by, something intriguing to garner my attention, but is actually a sign that you need to get off because of internet fatigue. You would think with internet fatigue, you'll be tired of internet, but the doom scrolling and you being on here for so long, your mind is partially programmed to keep going and keep scrolling for real. And once again, I'm guilty of this too. So I've had to have this talk with myself as well. Before I came to talk to you guys, I had to look at what I was doing for real and had to understand, like, what the hell am I doing? Scrolling, looking for what exactly? And that's what you have to ask yourself. Yo, why am I scrolling this long? What exactly am I looking for? What exactly am I looking to gain out of this? When you find yourself really tired of the internet, but still on the internet looking for something, you be like, yo, hold on for a second. None of this shit is actually going to satisfy what I'm actually trying to be distracted from, or finding some type of entertainment. Need to be doing something else for real. So, I put that in front of the people. And then also someone was in here earlier. They were saying even though they subscribe to my content, um, when they go on their shorts and they, scroll through, I popped up. I tend to pop up on their feed, even though they're not subscribed to me no more. So when they reached out and said that, that just got me to thinking, when I'm also subscribed or unsubscribed to someone and they might pop up on my feed. If I don't want to see them for real, I just hit not interested. I hit the three buttons on the, whatever it is, and then just, say that I'm not interested, or don't recommend channel, so I don't have to deal with unwanted presences on my feed. Ron's Golden says working hard and staying in charge. I hear that. And I'm doing way better. Ron's Golden. I appreciate you for being here tonight. Part of why I enjoy your lives is relatable intelligence, maybe is cultural thread, but in intelligent black man. Thank you. It's not red pill. Cat hunting is good. Yeah. I appreciate that, Devon. People in real life often have nothing to converse about. I find myself in my head begging that they go away. Open approaches, right? I appreciate that, Devon F. Yeah. It's West says, "How I get over her." Going through a breakup. I got you, Mr. West. Stay close. But I appreciate the Divine F Empress. Once again, with red pill content and giving out certain advice to the guys out here on, the dating world, how to date, how to treat women and stuff like that. That's never been me. I've watched content like that, but I never saw myself going into that lane. Because a lot of guys be all talk. That's another thing too. A lot of guys just be talking. Um, sometimes I'm not going to say that it can be bad advice, but it's a manipulation game a lot of the times, and I'm not into that. I'm not into manipulating people in general. And then once again, my content when I started my content on semen retention, this is mostly obviously geared for the guys. But as I started to come and do these lives more and have an open forum, I wanted to be more engaged with the females because I also wanted to show a representation to the guys that you can be you, do what you do on semen retention, and control yourselves. And when you get women who come across and having a conversation, knowing how to talk, and not always appeasing to females. Some females I have to lay, what it is with me, truth, and where it stands. And I know a lot of guys like to use this word, being a simp, just agreeing to what women say or what they're doing just because there's women. No, there's still truth that needs to be said on both ends and not trying to appease just the women for the sake of appeasing women and having women on the platform. No, there's a certain way to go about any and every topic. So I appreciate it, and I love to leave an open forum so that way anyone can approach. My channel wouldn't be having the success it's having as of recent with these lives if I didn't take that approach and leaving it open like that. So I appreciate the guys as well as the ladies who come over here and take a liking. Now, it's Wes. If you're still in here, how to get over her is to ignore her, is to redirect your energy back into yourself and forget about her. If you have pictures, if you have gifts from her, you need to get rid of those gifts. You need to delete the pictures. You need to erase the hard drive, everything. And that's how you get over her. Stop thinking about her. I know it's easier said than done, but the materials that are attached to whatever it is that was happening in that relationship that you have got collected throughout the time, that's one of the first steps is to banish those materials. Anything that you reminds you of her, scents, um, clothing, if you still got, you got to get rid of it. Out of sight, out of mind. That's a fact. I try unfollowing as many people as I could on Instagram and snooze just posts every time I see them pop up. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks when you do all that you can to unfollow and unsuggest people or not interested in certain topics and it still pops up. It takes time for the algorithm for some reason to pick up on certain things or sometimes they still put it in your face. Anna Loman says Jesus loves you, man. Okay. Ooh. Fear no one says, do you really ever get over it? Yes. Yes, you do. You take the necessary steps and really start to focus on yourself, you get over that person. And then especially if you truly move on, and I don't want to put it on and say, because a lot of guys will say, this is red pill content, right? Let's go into the red pill lane real fast. Get you another female, get you another chick, get you another her, right? But sometimes that doesn't always work. But when you take that approach, it is a way to get over the other person. But what you're not really you're using this is the negative about it is that you're going to be using the next her as an object, not really interested in the next her. You're using the next her to get over someone else, and that's not healthy. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't like the people replacement of it. I'm gonna just replace her with another person so that way I forget about her. Nah. Um, that's why I tend more to, tell guys, listen, focus on yourself, get the things done on your side mentally before you try to replace that person to really get that person off of you. But yeah, if someone new is interjected into your life, um, yeah, you get over that person because then that person can bring in something new, give you a different experience that that other person didn't, give you the respect or the validation if you need it that you wasn't getting over on that side. So most of the red pill stuff is rubbish. Just be a good dude, and if she's playing games, pay her. And does the same way. No manipulation. If you try to manipulate me, you're going to have a problem. Women respect a man that's true to his values. Yeah, yeah. I've seen it play out. In real life, Divine F Empress. Women respect you more when you hold true to your values. When you really not like when you really stand on something for real. The real nigga. Peace to you. Long time. Everything's good. How's everything with you? A very good movie is Eternal Sunshine and just imagine getting that's crazy. Getting over someone and not loving them are two different things. You can love someone and never speak to them again. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact, Divine F. The real Nika says they have a question. And I see you already posted. I'm gonna get to it. Um, do you use someone to get over your past? You are hurting someone. Yeah. But yeah, Divine F, Empress, that's a part of that red pill content though. That's like the number one advice that a man would give to another dude after a breakup. Yo, just go get you some more. Go get you another girlfriend. Go get another chick, and I'll help you. But that's objectifying. You know what I mean? And I'm not into that. That's just you asking for more trouble when you take that route. When you don't address your issues first, and not to say, someone that may have issues, but if you're having a problem getting over someone, it sounds like you might have had, true feelings for that person, true emotions, um true love for that person, at that time. So getting over those feelings and emotions is something that needs to be addressed internally, not externally, not looking outside yourself and trying to excommunicate those emotions based on another relationship or excuse my language, but getting a nut off and thinking you're just going to get over it like that. Nah, it don't work like that. What if that person that you're dealing with that you thought had feelings for you was actually sleeping with your friend behind your back? What would you do? Um, if if I was in that situation and I found out that the person that I was dealing with was sleeping with one of my friends behind my back, um, if the situation is over already, then it's over. Me personally, I would, if I'm still friends with that person, then I would address that person. If I'm still friends with them and cut them off, that would be done. And then, if that relationship, that those feelings that I have for that person and the relationship is over, then it's nothing more else to be said. It's just more confirmation as to why our relationship ain't what it is anyway. But if it was a friend and I found out about it and I'm still in communication with that friend, I would address that friend, then we wouldn't be friends no more. What if they slept with your sister or cousin, made a baby with them? How would you get over that? Um, yeah, I would cut them off. Have a nice life. Um, See, me personally, I'm being honest, right? In situation in the current state that I'm in, like reacting to something that is out of my control. Um, I can be mad in the moment, right? I could be upset. I could curse people out. I could do all that, but to actually it's nothing really I can do about it because it happened out of it wasn't in my control. I just wouldn't trust those people anymore, whoever it is. You know what I mean? Real Nika, like I'm in a space now where um my emotions, I would address my emotions at that time, what it is, but I wouldn't react to a point where I like would see myself doing anything to anyone else. They would just have to, you know what I mean? They would have to live with that. They got to live with it. And then I would just have to, live my life accordingly. I wouldn't base my happiness or my actions going forward with those people around. I would have to process it in that moment and it'll hurt, but I would find ways to excommunicate those people and not deal with them anymore than to actually looking for any type of get back or revenge. Um, in my younger days, I would seek revenge in a different way. Like, I'm be honest, like I would whoever family member it was, like so let's say, like you're saying, right? Um, on my side of the family, I would just cut the family off. But if I found out it was a friend of mine, I would be trying to get with the friend's mother or something like that, or their sister, or they auntie or something like that. I'll be trying to get my get back in that way. But in the mindset that I'm in now, I would just leave it alone for real. You can't replace someone with another person. It never works. My ex did that. I said I didn't care. He dumped the next three women. He trying to fix. Yeah, taking years to be single to heal from apps. Man, that's deep. Um, yeah, you gotta learn to separate their feelings from your emotions. Sure. Cheryl says hello. Peace, Cheryl. Glad you in here. I haven't dealt with anyone almost 5 years because of it. Cut off friends, especially ones that knew about it and never told me. Man, yeah. People keeping secrets. If a man cheats, only you in a way punish him with your absence quickly and definitely. Yeah, yeah, that's tough. Real Onika. It's tricky, right? And when you cut off people that knew about it, right? To me, it's kind of tough. Um, because some people keep that from you because they don't want to see you hurt. But then it sucks because when you come to find out that more people knew about it in that time and you didn't, it makes you feel some type of way. So I get you 100% for cutting the people off that knew about it and chose not to show that concern enough on however it lies, telling you the truth. But I know some people, a part of them, I'd rather not say anything because they don't want to see you hurt. They don't want to be the one to give you the bad news. I haven't talked to my ex friend in almost 4 years ever since I found out. Talk to either of them. Yeah. Yeah, it makes it tough. So I get that. But time heal wounds. And this is the thing. If people are willing, to if you're willing to open that door and talk to those friends, I'm pretty sure they would tell you, like, listen, I don't want to tell you because I know it will hurt you. And I want to be the one to tell you the bad news. But yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky out here with relationships, man. All across the board. It's tricky with relationships. And when people are in your business, know about your relationship. Some people nosy, got no business being, part of you, but then they so nosy in your relationship. Now they got details about your relationship that then don't want to tell you. How fucked up is that? Same people that be nosy and in your business, all in your business, know more about your relationship than you do. And then when it comes time to tell you about your shit, they don't want to tell you. You have to separate the people that didn't tell you because they didn't want to see you hurt. Those that wanted to see you being stupid. Yeah. Yeah, there. No. See, that was laughing about it. Said I was dumb and slow. The disrespect was so loud. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, another thing that I have a stipulation on as well. Yeah, those people, yeah. Yep. Uh One of the stipulations that I have now too is that I don't like everybody in my business. So, going forward, the people close to me, they'll know who I'm dealing with or whatever case may be if I choose to tell them. But like certain details and bringing people around is something that I'm not so much reluctant to do nowadays. Um, and I've always been like that for the most part. A private person. So I like my relationship and the details of my relationship kind of private. Not everybody has to know everything, what we doing, where we at, how we spend our time. Hey, everybody in my business that so I'm going to tell nobody nothing. Yeah, Damn, some people be holding on to some, to some shit, right? Sierra, you back in here? What's up, Sierra? It said you can't be happy in front of miserable people. Oh, nah, you can't do that. You can't do that in real nigga. You gotta be miserable. Just you gotta be miserable along with miserable people. Any sense of happiness? Are you doing, something productive, or you know, um, miserable people who aren't happy? You can't be happy around them. You got to share the same energy. But yeah, people in your business, people in your business, right? Who once again know more information about you and what you got going on. You always got to look at that and ask yourself, do I know just as much information about them? Do I know what they got going on? Like they know what they do. Do you know what they have going on as much as they know about what you have going on? Excuse me. Now I'll let you know what type of timing that person is on. Just gathering information about you, being in your business, who you dating, where you going. How is that person? Who's this here? Jennifer says hi. Peace, Jennifer. Sarah is funny. I just transmute that energy. I can have negative energy around me all the time. It starts to make me sick. Ramon Milk says he subbed to himself. That's what's up, man. Oh man. Much love, man. But yeah, I got the people. Once again, if you're just coming into the chat, if you're just chilling, waiting in the shadows, watching from the shadows, you're doom scrolling. And if you have stopped here, welcome. Even if you're here for a short time, it's cool. Over here is more chill side. Earlier, The last live ago, it got pretty spicy. It got pretty intense for the most part. But for the most part, if you're on this internet and you find yourself doom scrolling, please stop. These are signs of internet fatigue. But if you've come through on this side and you have stopped here, you come to check out, what is this dude talking about? Why is he sitting in the dark like this? Once again, these topics, we can talk about any topic. It could go either way. Um, it's just open for the people. I had someone in here earlier in the last live stream, venting, going down, and actually expressed having some thoughts of ending it. And we had some brothers in here as I was on my walk, um, walking through my neighborhood, and I had some brothers in here who were just uplifting the brother at that time. So, it's always good to have a community of people on here and a special place for people on the internet because you don't know what someone can be going through behind the scenes. They could be strolling, just looking for a word, something, a little bit of hope. And I was glad that the person came through and just shared. But the people that were actually in the live had more to say in uplifting words than me myself. I let them do all the work. So that's one of the reasons why I'm grateful to just have everything open. As far as topics, people coming through and sharing their sentiments. Because it could be some of you guys as well that's in the chat that can give the uplifting words. It's not just the host always being the ball of inspiration all the time. I had to sit back and be quiet for a second and let the chat do what it do. Divine Emperor says, "Did you know that the birth rates among black people have declined?" I'm not surprised at that. Do you think that has to do with all the red pill rubbish? I don't think it's all red pill rubbish. I believe some of it has to do with a little bit of something with the red pill, but I know with it is what it is. I'm gonna say it a lot with the feminist movement and getting the black woman to be a part of it has something to do with that. Um, Women, especially in the black community as well, um, having a lot of abortions, a lot of planned parenthood trips in our black communities that don't get talked about enough has a lot to do with that. Um, Ever since that rhetoric with "My Body, My Choice" came out with the feminist movement, I know it's been you know, a factor as well. Yeah, brother. Oh, Deshaun Foster, man. Peace to you, brother. Glad to see you back here. The blunt says, "Hey, peace to blunt 420. Started working out and dancing and kickboxing and it works." That's what's up, Onika Star. Yeah, being active, getting some hobbies and enjoying your hobbies too. It's one thing to get into a hobby, but then actually doing it because you like it, not as just a distraction. That's what's up. Intense sense the discussion about and yeah, ever since the discussion about the Jews, man, it's been okay. Nothing. The Reaper Trooper says, "What up? Peace." Onika says, "It's all good. I'm sitting here in the dark too." Um, Red Mutant says, "Hello, twin. I'm hungry. Go get something to eat." That's what I did earlier. I got up this live. I had it earlier live. I dipped up out of here. Let me go get something to eat. Did all that. ED, EDI says you look like the guy from Tenet. No, that's Denzel's son, right? And I want to ask you guys something. Now that I bring up Denzel's son, um, David John Washington. I want to ask you guys something real fast, but give me a second as I catch up to the chat. I hope I don't forget. LaRon, trip. Part of my body, my choice had to do with the grapes of women. Most women have been grapes at least once. I mean, yeah, give me some ideas on what to eat. Watch a movie on. I don't know. What type of foods do you like, man? Just go by how you feeling, what your mood is. If you feel like cooking, if you don't, I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh wow, Jennifer says, "Say thank you. That's a compliment." Right, bossy Jen. Right. Eat a burger. Yeah, just yeah. Go with your go with your gut feeling. What if I don't say thank you though? I also can prove without a doubt that my 2023 Chevy Equinox is launching spiritual attacks on me while I sleep. That's funny. I always appreciate the compliments. Thank you. If that makes you happy. Um, but there's always a new celebrity that I look like. So I'm sorry if Divine Vipers Jennifer doesn't get the joke. It's okay. Um I always get a celebrity look like I always I would be it is what it is, I guess. Thank you. Thank you for comparing me to another celebrity, I guess. It's a gift and a curse to get compliments all the time. Sometimes you don't even notice them. You just, take it for what it is. Um Always being compared to a celebrity, after a while, it doesn't become a compliment, to be honest. So that's why if I didn't say thank you, um, if I had to say thank you for every celebrity compliment that I got or celebrity lookalike that I got, I'll be saying thank you a lot. It gets a little bit tiresome after a while. I wanted to ask you guys a question though. There's a topic we can talk about as well. It's gonna segue into a topic, and it has to do with a last name. Alex Reyes says, "Nice teeth. You paid for them joints, or you just built better, my boy. No homo." Hey, Alex Reyes, these are my actual teeth. I haven't paid nothing to have my teeth done. I've never had braces in my life. Um, the only thing I've paid for is toothbrush, toothpaste, baking soda. Um, years ago, damn, over man, I want to say over 15 years ago. One time, I took some whitening strips, used whitening strips. Um, that was over 15 years ago that I used them. These are naturally my teeth, man. I'm gonna ask for three burgers now. Oh man, Red Mutant, you are a savage. Do you, man? If I park down the street, I'm fine. Damn. It's Xavier. Why you say that, man? And peace to you. Why you say that you hate why you hate I show speed, man? I can sit there and be unthankful. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's cool with me. Hey, Doug. I now that's something I like. Thank you for that. Always saying I look like somebody, right? SR. Oh, oh, it's just Karina. Karina, you change your name? Smokey says, "What's up, brother? Peace, man." And Angel says, "SR, fire emoji. I think you look like yourself." Yeah, see, I appreciate. See, that's what I appreciate. And Jennifer said, "I was just kidding." I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. How old are you? You look like you were 10 years old. 15. Hey, man, I'm 38. I'll be 39 in July. You could probably hear the electricity is a thing. Yeah, yeah, you might be right. Just tapping in. What's good? Your Majesty, peace. I got a question to ask the people as y'all in here. For real, for real. This is a very serious question right now. How has semen retention or celibacy helped you in your life? It has helped me. One of the things that has helped me with is be emotionally intelligent. Emotional intelligence is something that I am grateful to have, and I attest that to my semen retention journey. Being in tune with myself, my emotions, my triggers, being affected by other people as well, and not letting other people affect me and my triggers. Learning myself for real. I believe the new cars are emitting electromagnetic frequencies to make people more volatile. You're possibly right. Absolutely. Genetics. Here we go again. Zara says hi. Hi, Zara. Let me ask this question, guys, ladies, gentlemen, and all that are alike. If you're in here and if you can hear me, this isn't a race. This is a race thing, but hear me out. Isn't racist. Let's put on our thinking caps and let's do a little deep dive, right? into the name Washington because it came up. The dude from the tenant, his name is David John Washington. He is the son of Denzel Washington. Let me ask you this question, guys. Since George Washington, who was said to be the first president of these United States, how it's actually currently under the regime, how many white Washingtons do you know? Take your time and really think about it. White people with the last name Washington. So speed, there's a conversation. I think he definitely needs some therapy when it comes to relationships. There's some underlying things you can see from all the way, but he's pretty cool guy. I heard he was pretty fast. Oh, you're talking about I show speed, right? Jennifer. Um when you're he's all about peace, love. Yeah, when you're on the internet like that, Jennifer, talking about I show speed. Um when you're on the internet and you're an internet personality a lot, or I should say you're on the internet a lot and you're an internet personality and people watch you a lot and people and as he travels and goes to many places, a lot of people pull on his energy, a lot of people look up to him. There's a lot of pressure on a young kid like that. And he's been on this internet before he was actually an adult. He just turned like 21, 22 now. He's been on the internet for years. So, he's growing up in front of a lot of in front of the whole world. Um he isn't living a normal lifestyle. I don't know if he's on sorry, I don't know him personally. But he's not living a normal lifestyle. So some of the things he's getting to experience now can be, a lot. So with guys like that, we always pray for their mental health, what they can be going through behind the scenes, living up to a certain expectation, people pleasing, all right, and dealing with the pressures of having a certain. It's come to a point where he doesn't even have a certain mystique about him because you get to see him everywhere, traveling everywhere. He's known all around the world, so he doesn't want to let people down. He has a lot of fans, young fans, even older fans. So there's a lot of pressure. So he seems like a cool person though. Very cool kid, man. Does a lot for the people that's around him. And when he travels, he always seems genuine. Um, looks like he has a great personality, very funny with the people, and very informative in his own way. So peace and blessings to him for real, for real. Yep. Open a lot of doors and we don't even realize. I agree with you, Jennifer. Yes. Lynn says Rashad Jamal. Wow. Okay. WWE sucks now. Yeah, I agree. Bronze Golden answered by saying, with my original question, anybody else, um, besides George Washington, do you know any other white Washingtons? Or do you just know? And once again, this comes from something popping off in my brain, hearing something the other day about that Washington last name, and then when someone brought up, I look like the dude from Tenet, and that's Denzel Washington's son, David John. I was about to put the two names together, David John Washington. Um, And then the question came up, do you know any white people with the last name Washington? George Washington, forefather, they say, of this country. Did you know he had, I mean, our early presidents were slave owners. Those slave owners, you know what I'm about to say, had intercourse with their slaves. They had children with those slaves. What happened to the white Washington name, you may ask yourself, and why you don't have any or really can't think of or have seen any lineage from these George Washington uh lineage. But a lot of black people have this Washington last name. I heard through the grapevine, conspiracy. Don't quote me on this. Don't you listen, you gonna call me crazy or whatever the case may be. Do you know that I heard that George Washington might have been black? For real, for real? And we've been bullshitted this whole time? Jennifer, you say you know two, and you know personally, knew in 48 years, maybe three now, as you think about it. But yes, with the white Washington last name. OG King says, yo, that's crazy. His brother was one of the largest slave owners, not the French. Hey, man, listen, he's very young. Hey, I'm just putting it out there of what I've heard through the grapevine. It's different conspiracies that's being thrown around out there. All right. Now, we've all come to find out that, former presidents were slave owners, right? And they would have, they would sneak off or not even sneak off, but they would have sex with their, the female slaves, right? Have babies. And if they would carry the name of the slave owner name or the plantation name, if you will, then that would be carried on. That was a common thing that was happening. So, over the course of time, of course, yes, it's like branding, if you will. So, over the course of time, that Washington name would be carried over into black culture, and that's why you would have your Washingtons, your Jeffersons, your Adams, your different. But that Washington name is it's very rare. Is someone in here saying they do know of someone or some people personally? That's okay. Um, Me, I've never personally came across a white person with the last name Washington. Jefferson, yes. Adams, yes. Williams, yes. These very common, last names, but not Washington, though. I really had to sit back and think about it. Like, personally, me, I'm not saying they don't exist. I never said that. I'm just saying for other people. And I've listen, I've gone to public school, um, been in college, been around, en- enough white people, right? And even in sports, right? Same thing in sports. You don't really come across a white person with the last name of Jeffrey, white person with the last name of Washington. And when I seen the remark come up, once again, it was a conspiracy. Well, not a conspiracy. Once again, we all know about how the forefathers of the country, it was old school, if you will, and they had slaves. Now, this other conspiracy of why is not as many white Washingtons that carry that name as you would think it should. There's a conspiracy out there that is saying that George Washington wasn't really white like that. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on. Some people, I don't know. That's what they put out there, that he wasn't really. So that's why it's so uncommon. Um, Something I can draw up from that conclusion is not necessarily that he wasn't white, but being that the lineage was possibly not all carried out by the white side of the Washington name. It was more so carried out now through the impregnation, impregnant slaves that had to carry the surname. That's how the name carried on through the lineage of the slaves. It's another conspiracy, but I don't know. I was just putting it out there just as a topic point. Get some type of idea of what you guys think. If you guys know any white Washingtons, um, and just have you think a little bit. Just think about it a little bit. Denzel, he is one of my favorite actors. We need more people like him. The world will be a better place, and there will be a lot more intelligent people walking around. Hold on. The self. I got you. The self-proclaimed wise man, not the fringe. Oh no, I already read that. The first actual president of the United States, before the Constitution or before whatever they talking about, right? I know exactly what you're saying. The self-proclaimed. They were saying his name was Samuel Henson, and he was actually a black man. They were saying he was actually like the first president. But since the Constitution or some shit like that happened, um, now they started counting the presidents since George Washington. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. That was one of the first conspiracies that I ever heard of, like being young. I remember damn near being like, I was in college at that time when I heard about that. Yo, George Washington wasn't really the first president? What are you talking about? And once you hear that, you like, oh, so what else did they tell us in school, in history class, in our books that is bullshit? You know what was next? Columbus ain't really find America. That was the next one after that. Oh yeah, what else? You just continue to ask these questions. But yes, are you saying white people named Washington? Yes, I'm saying white people named Washington. Yes, but there was a man by the name of Samuel Henson. who was said to be the actual first president of the United States. But at that time, they were going under a different regime or a different type of constitution at the time. So the America that we know it as of today with the Constitution, that didn't exist at one point. And there was a president that was already assigned at that time. He was black. So they say, conspiracy or whatever the case may be. You guys can look it up. The truth is being mixed. Most Europeans would marry and have children with the African because inbreeding would eventually end the bloodline. Bronze Golden, yes. I'm gonna catch up to the chat. You say you have a question, you can shoot. You know what happens when they start talking conspiracies after your 30s, you realize they're not conspiracies anymore. It's not a conspiracy, it's a fact. Henson was the head of the Continental Congress. Just like John Hancock, on every dollar is blackity black black. Bronze Golden says, never mind. Oh, what happened? It's a fact, right? Divine F. Yeah. I always like to sometimes I'm reluctant to say certain things are a fact. Um just in case. Just in case people don't always take what I say for a fact. I want them to go ahead and search for themselves as well. But when I get, people who can confirm the information right here live and direct, it's always a good thing. I don't want to make it seem like I'm a know-it-all. So sometimes I'll say something and then I'll kind of discredit myself, right? And keep it, open-ended. So that way, the people could do their own little research and be like, oh yeah, he was right. There's some white folk in Texas named Washington. Is it? I was going to say it might be a little bit too much. Um, I don't know, Bronze Golden. It's been a lot said on my end on you know when we get the trolls and the agents, they be saying a lot sometimes too. I don't want to say nothing can be too much, but then again, it all depends in the context. Um, but there's some white folk in Texas with the name Washington. Okay. Once again, I wasn't saying that they don't exist. It's just it's just weird, and when that came up on my side, um, meaning when I came across certain information and it got put to me in that context, and hearing the conspiracies about George not being black, I mean George not being white for real, it just raised a little bit of it gets your brain wandering a little bit. You start to think about your own personal come up, where you have been in life, the people that you've come across, and you just start thinking for yourself, like, have I come across any white Washingtons? And I haven't for real. I really haven't. And it's kind of it's a common last name, right? But when you think of George Washington, you would think it would be, more white Washingtons. But I know a slew of black Washingtons, which is I don't know, it's just weird. I don't It is what it is. Pick a number between 1 and 10 if you guys guess correctly. I'll ask. I'm gonna say 7. Jennifer says, so you're saying he wasn't like chocolate? John Hanson was elected president of the 1781, the first individual to hold the position under the ratified Articles of Confederation. There you go, Divine Empress. Yes. My mom was a historian, minister of culture for the Black Panthers Beta chapter. Learn history to be able to understand the present. That's what's up, Divine Empress. Thank you for that. Yeah, seven is the number. You gotta ask. Man, that's what's up. Frank Pierre, man. Peace. Peace to everybody. Once again, if you on this live, right now we going over a little, some history lessons, some history conspiracies. And that's another thing too, Divine Empress. You study history, you start to see some of the things, history repeating themselves, or history repeating itself. And I remember in a live stream a while ago, someone was saying, I hate to go here, but we should forget about the past. I'm gonna just leave it at that. People were saying we should forget about the past. And I was like, no. We shouldn't forget about the past because you understand certain things about history, things that have happened in the past. Some of those things you have to pay attention to because there's certain times where history repeats itself. You don't pay attention to what happened then, you'll be blind to what's happening now because the cycle will start all over again. And it wasn't an argument or a debate or anything like that. It was just a means of someone trying to say certain things that happened in the past, people should just get over. And we're talking about trauma and stuff like that. And I say you can't just tell people how to get over certain traumas, especially things that have happened in the past. So history and things that have happened in the past is very profound because there's some things that come along with that is repeats itself. If you're unaware of what happened, um, you're gonna be uninformed and looking stupid. And Coyote Heathen says, some of the history. Uh, we should recall and not dwell on the past. Yeah. Wonder why our country has wanted to rewrite history. See this lot, and that's what I was getting to, Jennifer. A little bit of what Coyote Heathen is saying is partially true. We don't act the men that control the pen got to write history a certain way. So some of the things we won't truly ever know down to a T because some things either got whitewashed or completely taken out. So the question is, does this happen in other countries or common? to the United States. I don't know. We don't know. In other countries, being that we're here in the States, we could chalk it up to how US history goes, you know? Like just the whole is really about division because pre-colonialism and pre-segregation, the thing that mattered was being black. Just like feminism is about division. Yes. African through and through. It takes 6, 7 generations for a flea to jump 21 inches. Mother was placed. Trauma is passed down genetically. Divine F Empress had to take it there. Um, yes, and that's the thing. When that part comes up, that's when they want to tell you, chill, nah, forget that part. Just move past it. Imagine, imagine wanting to build a mansion, right? And you are able to build this mansion for free, meaning you get to build this mansion, foundation and all, from the ground up, and you're not charged for it. By time someone realizes that this mansion, this house has been built from the ground up into a mansion with many rooms, beautiful. And by time they say, who did this work? Comes to find out that it was all done on free labor, and this is now 400 years later, which means that you have a 400-year head start on a house that was built off of free labor. Now you have the people saying, yo, our ancestors, or I'm sorry, the people that were here before us that built this should be owed something. They trying to tell you, nah, forget about that free labor. Just continue to upkeep the house. No one should feel any type of way about that. It's crazy work. How do you believe trauma is passed down generationally? Why? You wouldn't have this country without the Celtic people and our suffering. I believe there's genetic study using the children of Holocaust survivor children who showed high levels of cortisol. It's not a belief, it's proven scientifically. It's your boy Jacob. I don't know what that is. You tell us. Yeah, bringing up Celtic people is wild. See, we can all claim trauma. Yours is no more important than the next person. Um, Coyote Heathen. Uh, this is the thing though, brother. I'm gonna let you know this, right? I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, right? The thing is that you know what's a common thing, Coyote Heathen. I want you to hear me out, right? And I don't want you to take this as we said it first or we're talking about it first, but hear me out. A lot of the time when black people bring up, no, it's not if you just will take the time out to listen. If you're willing to listen, then you are. If you're not, then that's going to be on you. I just want you to listen for a second because I want you to understand something. When people bring up their trauma, right? The answer to their trauma isn't, well, we went through trauma as well. Nothing gets addressed. Do you understand that part? It's not a pissing match. It turns into a pissing match is because people want to add on their shit to other shit that people are already talking about. No one was talking about Celtics and Celtic doing whatever. We're talking about this trauma here. To divert and then say, well, everybody went through trauma and is you're going off the plank here because now is about comparison. You're turning into a pissing match. See, the thing what a lot of people don't realize is that if you address one thing at a time, you will get more accomplished. But it's the same thing what we're saying about division. When I bring in my trauma, it shouldn't be, well, I got trauma too. Let me add it on here. How about we brought the trauma up, right? Let's as a collective be on one accord, work on this, then we can work on the next. Instead of trying to pile on shit on top of shit, thinking that's going to do something or it matters. That's why when people come and be like, how come we can't get along? How come we can't there was a Latino dude. Now that his people are suffering certain things, right? Now they want to commune. Now they want to have community and they want us to pay attention. No, it don't work like that. Because when it was us on the forefront, everybody turned this way, looking up. They don't see shit that's going on. So this is my thing. That's why I'm more reluctant as with black people, focus on yourself. Don't focus on no other community group until people can, because we all want to unify when shit is going down. But when it's here, here, and here, no one, everybody wants to add on their shit. Or we went through this too. We went through our own genocide. We went through this. All right. Well, all this can be addressed and can be catered to, but one thing at a time. See, the thing with black people never said, yo, F everybody else and what they went through and their trauma. Black people never said that. Black people are saying, this is what we're owed. Everything that falls in line behind that, you can go get yours too. We'll be right there with you if you're willing to stand with us, but no one's willing to stand with us. What they're willing to do is throw shit on top of shit. That's why nothing will ever get done. Plain and simple. So you can go ahead and continue. Say this person went through their own this group went through their own type of genocide and trauma. This other group did, that other group did. All right, we all been through it. Now what? You all trying to get through the door at the same time? It ain't gonna work. Only one time I was on the stream about something random and some guy was spamming Jesus loves you, but this same guy says Jesus. It's your boy Jacob. Yeah, man, it's wild out here. We should be financially reimbursed for the slavery of our ancestors. The government pays lavishly, lavishly for Native Americans. Yes, they have. Yeah, Divine Empress, and Bronze Golden. For all my melanated people in here, understand this. People who aren't part of the struggle will never understand. They will never understand. And I'm sorry if anyone else who is sympathetic with black people or whatever. And I don't mean you when I say people who aren't part of the struggle. Not everyone is the same, but what's the dude's Coyote Heathen? His rhetoric is we're nothing special and we're not owed anything, or those folks aren't owed anything. So with someone with a mentality like that, they won't understand. There's no point in talking to someone like that. So I will leave it be. I will honestly leave it alone with that type of rhetoric because all that person wants to do is, I know nobody's owed anything. You're right. So I'm reluctant to agree with you and leave it be. Guys, you just made my point though. And that's why I'm saying just leave it be. It's people like that with that type of mindset we can never unify. It's cool. No one is owed anything. So unifying, communing, uh is not possible. Like I said, I had, people come in my live chats before asking why can't, the brown and the black be together? Why can we, be under unity? Because it's people like that. And that's what I'm saying. He proves my point that trying to convince someone outside of the call, trying to tell us that we're not owed anything, lets us know, like people, we need to do for our own selves. And whoever's willing to be on our side will be on our side. Whoever's not is not. It's plain and simple. No, your point of view is not over my head, sir. I get exact. You stand on the side where we aren't owed anything. That's fine. That's your point of view. I understand your point of view wholeheartedly, bro. If you don't want me to understand your point of view, then you could go ahead and say that. But I'm moving on. I understand exactly where you're coming from. I know what type of individual you are, and I know where you stand at. I just broke you down earlier when I told you, when someone brings up their trauma and they'd be like, well, I've been through this too. That's you. You like to throw shit on top of shit, and you're not willing to listen. So there's nothing else to be talked about. Right. That's what I said. Let's take it step by step. That's what I said. So you were listening. What's the first step? What's the first step, brother? Let's take it step by step. And I actually didn't help build America. My ancestors did. So let's start there. Let's get down to actual facts and not feelings. You want to do that? Or do you want to have, you're the one that wants to have a pissing match. I'm actually ready to move on for real. Coyote Heathen. You already said what you needed to say, bro, to let me know everything that you are about. Um, there is a fact. Yeah, Divine Fempress, Haven. All right. So Coyote Heathen and then Haven. I've been on lives already speaking on African slave owners and slavery being in Africa. The thing is that those slave owners were African. They weren't colonizers. They weren't on stolen land. You see, when Africans enslaved their own Africans, those Africans weren't on stolen land. And that's the difference. So before you try to come in here and talk about anything else, understand, once again, listening, active listening, and if you have a book, reading comprehension is very key. Africans who enslaved other Africans weren't on stolen land. You want to try again? Because we're talking about this land, the United States, bringing Africans over to stolen land from the Native Americans to build on stolen land. All right. All right. Um. Now, Coyote Heathen. Once again, we can like you said, and like I said, take steps one thing at a time. But it doesn't seem you want to do that. To me, it doesn't. I can't be wrong. I'm not right about everything, bro. I don't claim to be right about everything. And that's why I am reluctant to stay on this topic because it seems like to me it is more important for you to be right than to actually come to a actual conclusion with this. And that's something I don't get into. I don't care to be right. People just want to be right. I'm not in the business of being right all the time. I don't claim to be right all the time. If we're going to get down to resolution and drive by, peace to you, man. We're going to get down to resolution to actually have these talks and real talks about these things and these affairs that we have to deal with in this country. Um, Reparations, will we ever get them? Will we not? At this point, I don't really think so because you have too many people with a certain mindset of thinking that if we don't have people all one accord, people who have played a integral part in this country being built off of free labor is just going to go over people's heads and just go the other ways. Just going to continue to be a talking point. Jacqueline Little, Grand Rising King. Peace to you, Jacqueline Little. Great to see you in here tonight. Um, did you know that the first two presidents of Mexico was black? Listen, that doesn't surprise me. Uh, and listen, man, these uh Coyote Heathen, once again, one of those people. Whenever this topic comes up, it goes that way with someone interjecting their trauma and putting it on top of trauma we're already addressing and talking about. Imagine going into therapy, right? And going to talk to a therapist. And you're talking about your trauma. And in the middle of that, the therapist goes, I've been through trauma as well. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to talk to you about my trauma. Now you about to tell me about yours? You supposed to be helping me. You gonna throw in your trauma on top of mine? You supposed to be the doctor here. Or someone just busts up in your session and start talking about their trauma during your session. It's one thing at a time. Aaron Long, man, peace to you, brother. Has been a minute, man. Good to see you in here. How's everything with you, bro? The therapist would be fired, right? Yeah. But one, very unprofessional, right? You're actually supposed to be listening and helping the person get through their trauma. And then with the second analogy, that's the reason why therapists schedule different people to talk about their trauma, not all at the same time. You got your own time slot on when we're going to talk about your trauma. And it's a narcissist. We'll talk about your trauma, but you got to fall in line. What if I would have said, "Yo, what is trauma? What if What if they would have said, all right, we'll address let's address the first trauma here and let it be your Celtic pride trauma. We'll address your Celtic trauma first, since y'all went through trauma too, right? All right, we'll address yours first, and then we'll deal with the blacks next, right? Listen, at this point, I think the blacks would be like, okay, because we have dealt with the bullshit for so long of having our trauma pushed to the back that we'll let someone other people have gone before us already being taken care of, right? So let someone else, yo, go ahead, because we next, right? Right. But you see, other people, when they know the damage has been done and is overdue, they rather not see it happen at all for anyone to let that part happen. And you know what that part is. You let black folks get get parts, it's over. That's why they want you to forget. That's why they want you to ignore it. That's why they want to throw their trauma on top of your shit because they know your trauma goes deep. It's very deep. But it's cool though, man. It is what it is. This is a great topic and it's a great talking point. And when people come across and throw that in there, here's a bag of shit. Let me throw more shit in there. Let me compile the shit. There's no resolution for that. Yes, divine temperance. Let me read this out loud. Black people never practiced chattel slavery where a person and a cow were seen as the same in society. It was indentured servitude. I brought this up earlier in the previous live stream as I was walking home. Um, to my recollection, there was only one race of people that were looked at as one third human being in law. This was in the law. This was in the law, bro. That a black person was only deemed to be one third of a human being. That's less than half of a human being. One third is 0.333%. 33%. It's less than half of a human being. That's what you consider at one point. So, for anybody to compare their trauma to black people's trauma, you're almost out of your mind. Listen, man. When laws are made up to put you at a disadvantage, bro, it's there's really no explaining to people. Yeah. But once again, people will enforce their trauma or whatever the case may be to put the other side down. Pull from Google, three fifths compromise. Yeah. Uh, yeah. The image thing now is all. It's a crazy world that we live in. It's crazy how it's happened like that. From not even consider considering us humans at one point to now wanting to look like us, talk like us. Even down to our music. Everybody want to be cool. Everybody want to be hip. I was in I took myself out the other day, right? I was sitting next to a white gentleman. This man had a conversation with me, and I love conversations with people. I naturally just, if you see me on a live stream early, I was just randomly just walking down the street. If you was in a live early, I was walking down the street to my house, and the dude stopped me, and he was asking me if I seen a guy uh, in a white Honda Civic. But I actually sat out there while still on live stream, and I'm talking to him. He was giving me a whole breakdown of the story of what happened to him, and the guy stole the 30, $40 flashlight from him. He was looking for him or whatever. But I was speaking to this white gentleman, right? Or more so, he was talking to me, and he was sitting there. We having a whole conversation about rap music. Started talking about rap music and how the rap isn't the same. And back in the day, it was, your typical Biggie, Tupac. That's the generic version of who most white people know because those are the infamous guys that died in the 90s. Now, granted, yes, at that time in certain music, the rap isn't the same, but he went there with it. All that we're talking about, that, and then he brought up Wu Tang Clan, he brought up ODB, and all this other stuff, right? But just to show you how the depths people will go to make themselves seem cool, down, hip. This dude ended up showing me his pistol, let me know that that he had a pistol on him. That's funny. The vibe difference. Um, Princess says, "Good morning. Good morning." He showed me his pistol that he had in his pocket. He told me, no. Once again, for some reason, people just like to tell me their business, right? He told me, he sell guns and this and that, and I'm always interested in stuff like that. So, Asked him, "Oh yeah, you got a gun shop, this and that." And he ended up showing me that he had it on him. Nice. Say all to say this, that people want to be down so bad that they'll do anything and say anything to show that they hit, you know, that they gangster. That was supposed to be showing the sign that he gangster or whatever. Because it's this perception that it's a black thing to be like this. You guys follow me? You get what I'm saying? You can't just be you. You gotta be extra. You gotta be gangster. You gotta talk like this. You gotta listen to this type of music. You gotta have a gun on you. You gotta what? That's why I said earlier, well, it was a troll in here or whoever it was earlier says, "What are you scared? What are you afraid of?" I'm afraid of people because people will do a lot, do too much just to be cool, just to be accepted. All that's not necessary to be down and hip. Just be you. It's okay. If you white, you white. You black, Hispanic, Asian, Australian, whatever. It don't matter to me. Just be you. But that's how a lot of black people are though, and a lot of people don't understand. They don't understand that. They accept you more and won't look at you weird if you just you. If you got a little soul in you, that's one thing. But you can tell when someone's trying to force it. Princess says, "I just want to show love and support while I'm at work." I appreciate that, Princess. Been at work since 7 a.m. Now it's 1:13 a.m. Damn. We work at, Princess. Not to be all in your business, but that's a long shift. I'm interested to know where they got you almost damn near doing 24-hour shifts at. You need to do something about this. That was also a measure that should to even yeah, I mean, listen, all that uh, yeah, show me they had the piece on them for no reason though. We went from talking about Biggie and Tupac and hip hop music to him having a gun in his pocket. Just weird. I always get into weird kind of that's why I like to stay home. Just dealing with weirdos, man. You step out and you just, come across certain people in this world, man, and it's funny, man. But wanting to be accepted, wanting to you see a black person, you gotta show off. You gotta show off and show out. That was psychological posturing. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. For him, I mean, I don't know what type of gratification he got out of it, but I continue to enjoy myself. Shit like that doesn't phase me at all. Staying home keeps me alive. Chicago. Well, yeah, I hear that. This is the thing. I live in an area where conceal and carry or having a pistol on you is a common thing. even where I come from, where it wasn't a common thing, someone having a gun on them was a common thing. You get what I'm saying? It's just that here where I live at now is more open, right? But I don't know. That's just weird to me that not weird. I get it. And I get exactly what you're saying, Divine Empress. Like it's a mix of a lot of stuff. And maybe it's my personality. When I got that thing on me, um, I don't want nobody to know I got it on me for real. That's just the way I move. I don't want nobody to know I got it on me. I'm already a threat. I already pose some type of threat. I started to notice that. I noticed that right away. Like I already pose a certain. Uh, some people's senses go up when I get around, and it's not a bad thing. It's just I hold a certain amount of attention. So to have anything extra on me is, you know what I mean, and someone notice it. Um, I don't want that. So that's one. But then it's two, like if something is going on, one, I don't want someone to instantly turn to me knowing that I got it on me to do something right away. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen because I'm strategic and I know better when to, you know, bring it out and to just make a knee jerk reaction and just I'm not like that. Um but when other people know you got it on you, they'll be looking at you like, "Yo, nah, it ain't even that. It ain't, someone whatever, right?" So, I don't know. That's just me though, man. Bronze Golden says, I love being a humble homebody. I don't like unnecessary attention. Showing off brings unnecessary to exactly. Divine F Empress, that shit, that's the truth right there. If I would have did some shit in there like that, show my gun, hey, look what I got. Man, listen. Um, Cops would have had that bitch surrounded within, within 20 minutes. What's your favorite religion other than your own? Um, I don't follow any religion, brother. Steve Banno, I don't do religion. I don't have my own religion. I was born without religion. I'm going to die without religion, bro. Why can I be on this earth without the same shit? Hmm? What is the issue? Because I don't follow no religion. I have to have my own? No. No, man. It's not right. It's not cool, man. Damien told before that fire like it's yeah, Alex Reyes, they be and this was a like a it was an older guy. It was an old man, old white guy, man. Once again, just trying to be cool, bro. Um Prince Cash You Out says, what's up? How you been? Prince Cash You Out, man. Peace to you, brother. I've been great, man. Been better. I want to do something for you guys real fast. Hold on, man. What am I looking up here? Erlon, speaking of land, you ever thought about how it's more common not to have a place to belong versus the opposite? It seems like it should be given right have to land, food to eat. I mean, yeah. I was just about to say that, Erlon. That's crazy. Got to play the game, bro. It's a game, bro. It's like Monopoly. He gets a pass for being old and white. They don't see him as a threat. No, not at all. Um, what I was looking up is the actual word religion. Yeah, whether you want to or not, yeah, they count. Yeah, I agree, man. The word religion, the breakdown of this word, just a small breakdown. Religion, the origin of the word religare, Latin. Latin is said to be a dead language; it's not used anymore. But let's bring it back to life. To bind is one of the root words of religion. Is religare is Latin. Reg- is to bind. Religio, Latin. Obligation, bond, reverence. Religion, life under, monastic, vows. That comes from the Old French and Latin religion, word religion. To bind, life under monastic vows, an obligation, bond, or reverence. Each is to each their own religion. Don't make you a good person. There you got it. To control. The word religion has similar words tied to it. The noun definition to religion, the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. Faith, similar words, faith, belief, divinity, worship, creed, teaching, doctrine, theology, sect, cult, religious group, faith community, church, denomination, body, following. Listen to this word persuasion, affiliation. A person can look on the outside, but what does the inside look like? Some people use religion as a cover up. And who said fats? Religion isn't a good word, neither is Neither is God. Right. Uh, yep, we are perceived differently. I just wanted to put that out there. A little English lesson of what religion means and is, and words associated with religion, like cult, sect. It's crazy that they have persuasion as one of the words that's similar to religion. 5 Emperor says, I've never once had a Muslim do what Christians do. Follow Jesus. Do what I understand Christianity to be, or you're going to burn in hell. Yeah, religion, when mass produced, is good at that. Persuasion, right? Seeing that word closely tied or similar, it says similar to religion is persuasion. That's it's pretty like why? Why is that word tied to religion? If religion is supposed to be something, supposedly you're supposed to be choosing this under free will, correct? The crazy part is that always the educated, poor black ones who use religion to abuse others. Um, Persuasion, the action or fact of persuading someone or of being persuaded to do or believe something. You want to hear some of the similar words of persuasion? Coaxing, persuading, coercion, inducement, convincing, blandishment, encouragement, urging, prompting, temptation, enticement, pressure, sweet talking, smooth talking, soft soaping, arm twisting. It's funny how those words and that word was tied to religion. A belief or a set of beliefs, especially religious or political ones. Belief, opinion, conviction, faith, certainty, certitude, view. A group, or here comes this word again, a sect holding a particular religious belief. Damn, it's funny how I went to a different word with the definition, and religious, or the word religion came back up, right? Group, grouping, sect, denomination, party, camp, side, meaning choose a side, faction, cult, affiliation, school of thought, belief, creed, credo, faith, philosophy, persuaso, persuader, Latin, once again, English, persuade. Trying to talk to other possibilities besides the Christian God. To my grandfather, he's been raised with those beliefs. It's hard to get him to think about the existence with his own ideas. He's like a horse with blinders on. Yeah, talking to an older generation, um, trying to tell or trying to persuade them that it's something different out here. Um, when it's tough to say, bro, when people have been living under a certain illusion for so long, there's no convincing them that it's not an illusion. With just some, I had I even forget what the topic was, right? But I was with my ex-wife at the time, and she had a older family member, right? And she was talking to him, and she made mention of something that I said. Now, mind you, this was in a book. I brought it out to her. She went to this older family member, said something, and came back to me and said, my auntie said. I said, well, listen, um, you sat here and watched me read this book, right? And give you the actual sight of what I was talking about. You asked me what was in this book I was reading. You were interested, and I told you what was in the book. So your auntie, with all due respect, and God bless her soul to this day, right? Tried to make it seem like this was something that I made up and I didn't know what I was talking about. So I told her, listen, respectfully, you can go back to your auntie and tell her the book that I read this out of, or don't have a conversation without me regarding the things that we're talking about in the books that I'm reading if she's never read the book or had a conversation with me. We left it there. You see, an old person, being that they, yes, have some years on you, have some wisdom, knowledge, and experience, and have done things in tradition doesn't mean that the things that they have done in tradition have been right all these years. But just because they have done it and this is the way my this person used to do it, so we did it like this, and it doesn't make it right. Just a bunch of people doing a bunch of shit wrong. And not to bash anyone. And yes, when you have people within a religion, you have a yeah, no, there's no and this is the thing with me. I don't push back on anybody who don't study. And that's what I was saying, Divine Empress. I told her exactly what it was. I told her exactly what it was. Unless anyone is coming to talk to me about anything, then keep me out of your conversations because I don't need anyone coming to tell me I'm wrong about what I'm reading. That's it. And especially if they don't know what the fuck they talking about. Your auntie's old as hell, has been indoctrinated all these years, so she don't know what the hell is going on or what I'm reading. A lot of people like to go to their elders because the elders will fake a funk to make it seem like they are what this is what I'm saying. With people who are older, they may carry themselves like they have wisdom. They might carry themselves like they have a certain amount of knowledge or whatever the case may be. When actuality, they really don't. And yes, Aaron Long, I'm ready for it. Shoot it. But yeah, before Aaron Long drops something, that's one of the key things. A lot of older folks pose and pretend to know more than the next person. They really don't. I remember bringing a certain book to an apostle of a church and asked him, "Did you ever read this book?" And the book was Message to the Black Man of America. I purposely did that. If you know about this book called Message to the Black Man of America, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has dealings with this book. But once again, I'm a person with an open mind, and the person that recommended the book, I should say, wasn't a Muslim, but they recommended the book because this is speaking to the black men of America. It had nothing to do with religion or being a certain religion. It just wrote by a man that was in a religion. That apostle asked me, "Are you Muslim?" I said, "No." But this is speaking not just to black men of America, but to the youth. If you can direct me to a Christian book that is speaking to the youth, and especially the black youth, I'll be willing to read that as well. But do you have any work such as this that I could go to? You know what he told me? Just read the Old Testament. What? That was the day I knew. I said, "All right, you Christians and your only only source you can go to is the Bible." And then you're also telling me as an apostle, just read the Old Testament. Mm-mm. I placed 3 books in front of this man too, as well. Another one was one of my favorite books too is The Spook Who Sat by the Door. That was another book too. I forget what the other one was. But right. Um People who don't want to empower themselves on a higher level than just the Bible is a problem for me. It had nothing to do with religion. That book, Message to the Black Man in America, even if you read it to this day, it still holds true to this day. It's not just talking about Muslims, it is talking about black men, period, and the black youth, period. Religious folks, all they know is the Bible. That's what has people fucked up out here. I'm sorry. Aaron Long. I just had a flashbacks to something, and what you said was with with older folks and stuff like that, and the fake wisdom that they hold and masqueraded around as knowledge is bullshit. He would go out and try to get people to think he was killed for it. Aaron Long. Talking about Socrates, yes, that's the difference. Black American woman who started grain plantation politics. The house, maybe. Yep. Elijah Muhammad practice nation building. New food, new practices. The Nation of Islam. You know why? Used to do house checks for cleanliness and child rearing. Not even the Old Testament, the King James Version. But yeah, guys. Another thing I said earlier on my walk home, talking about slavery and certain oppression and our traumas. It was funny how the slave masters were the same ones who enslaved us, gave us, I shouldn't say gave us, but gave those slaves scraps, the bare minimum. But when it came to, let me add some more on there because this needs to be tied in, right? Gave us scraps to eat, bare minimum, clothing, treated us like shit, less than human, raped our women, disrespected our children, sad sometimes raped our children, emasculated our men. These were the same ones that now try to give us the keys to heaven, try to give us our salvation, and that was supposed to be okay. The same oppressors that treated us less than, that looked at us as beneath them, gave us scraps to eat, emasculated our men, broke our men, raped our women, disrespected our children, sometimes raped our children, turned around and gave us the keys to our salvation, gave us the keys to our spirituality, gave us the keys to heaven. And that's the religion you want to be into, right? Once again, when I hear certain people talk about Christianity, I listen because there's different forms of Christianity and how people have taken it. And Christianity being practiced and studied under a certain, hmm, how I want to put this, being studied differently. I'll say that, right? But the way it's indoctrinated here and how they want you to follow it, oh no, 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 no. Yes, and a lot of people are and have taken that path, which is why I tend to ask sometimes. I always ask sometimes. It's come to a point where I don't, to be honest, I don't even ask no more because you know what? I just assume and just let it go the other way because I know what is done on the mass level. I know I kind of figure what is done on the mass level, so I kind of leave it alone. It don't really get too much in depth with who's saying what about Christianity. Cause I kind of understand it. I kind of get it without even having to say too much. And here we go. Jesus didn't sacrifice himself to start a religion. He did it to build a relationship with us. Also, the Ethiopian Bible existed before the European Bible did, and the same lessons are in the European one. Let's get you in a classroom to be a good teacher. I appreciate that, Aaron Long. Reese, No one said Jesus sacrificed himself, start a religion. And actually, Jesus didn't sacrifice himself. God the Father gave his only begotten Son, which means God the Father sacrificed his Son, not Jesus sacrificing himself for religion, but to build a relationship with us. That wasn't his sacrifice. God sacrificed his only begotten Son, gave his only begotten Son, as they say in Scripture, or as they say in Christianity, whatever the case may be. This was God's doing. That's why on the cross, Jesus yelled out, they said, God, have you forsaken me? Because he didn't see this happening for real. If he was a sacrifice, why ask if he is being forsaken as he was being staked at the cross? There was no need for him to exclaim that. If you know you're being sacrificed and if you are okay with the sacrifice, then you just go along with it, right? Um, can I add a little? Divine Event says, can I add a little light? Um, no, my eyes are actually pretty good. You know what it is? If I sit back, I can't see that well, and I don't want my face all up in the camera. So, yeah. And once again, the more light I turn on at 3 a.m. in the morning, it's gonna be harder for me to go to sleep. I need less light in here than possible. If I could turn off this light for real and sit in the complete dark, I would do that because this light bothers me. The scenery on your walk earlier. Jasmine Jones, I appreciate you, sis. How's everything? She says, sit back and listen. I appreciate you, Jazz. People don't even read the Bible like a book from cover to cover. Jesus died. Also, stop sacrificing goats, sheep because they broken. Thanks, Jazz. Jesus is Reese. I'm gonna read this right, and after this, Reese, I want to make sure I got your name right, so that way, Reese Edward, whatever. He says Jesus is God. If Jesus wanted to get down off the cross and call a legion of angels to stop himself from being killed, he could have. He could have, should have, but didn't. Jesus is God, huh? Okay, brother. Christianity isn't inherently bad if that's what you choose, but it's always good to come from your own decisions. Don't watch it first. All right, Reese's, you got it, bro. Who said it's dark? Who sat by the phone? That's funny. Hey brother, can you tell me two things that made you smile or happy today? Um, Talking to my son earlier, we was breaking down we was breaking down the words or the word heart and earth and how they are connected and they both have ear within those words and the word hear, like here, Hear, and ear, Ear, and how, earth and heart, when you rearrange the words, they both, you know, uh, have those same things. And he's starting to ask more questions. Why is this like this? And why is the heart? So when he started talking about earth, certain things with the earth, right? And, I just made the correlation with the earth and the heart, those words being jumbled around, both spell out the same. And with the earth in your heart, there's a rhythm. And when you talk about the rhythm and the universe, one verse, one song, one rhythm, you should have one God, all under the universe. One rhythm, one song. You get it? And if you can listen to your heartbeat and the rhythm and listen to the universe with your ears or your ear, you have a better connection through your heart with the earth. But that was one of the things that made me smile today was just breaking down those words and blowing his mind up that those words are the same, and me talk about the universe in that fashion and it being connected to you as well as a human. Just keep your heart space open. So happy you feeling better again. Yeah, yeah, I feel way better. I appreciate you, Jazz. The problem I have with God is the idea of being separate from God. We're all part of the creation, not a drop in the ocean, entire ocean. Drop. Oh yeah, yeah, he's very smart. Starting to question things. Certain shit not making sense. I said, I'm glad you catching on. People tend to assume that they just come out of nothingness. Yeah, man. You say you're not having a child when you were younger. Why is that? It's not too late to have a child. observer and observed. Generator, operator, and destroyer. Um, and nah, divine temperance. I didn't know that. Well, I mean, yes, I did actually know that. I'm sorry. Um, trying to read two things at once. Uh, new virus like the flu. Yes, I heard about something going around like that. And would I put him in an African centered school? Um, to be honest, I would actually. Black mass soul, peace. Want to have child out of wedlock? Yeah. A part of me, with that concept of having children out of wedlock, uh, it's to each his own. It's really it comes down to the woman for real. To be honest, I'm not going to give my input on that. Being raised in the African center environment affected me. Um, the reason why I say I would put him, I would put him in the African centered school if I had the opportunity to, is because children. I feel like children coming up need to know their roots more and understanding who they are and where they come from. Being in a place of diversity and dealing with teachers who don't come from that ethnic background, don't truly understand the children like that. Once again, most teachers are there to do a job, and that's to teach. But with African centered schooling, you have teachers there who understand the kids more that are African. So, you know, it would be a better connection to me, I feel like. Um, and nah, I'm not doing any playing of music. 'Cause I never I never saw a black man call a woman a B in real life till my 30s. Um, I kind of disagree though with that. Divine Empress. And that's what I was going to say about the protection thing, because once you get put out into this real world, there needs to be that protection taken off of you. And being in public schools actually taught me a lot. It prepared me for a lot of shit goes on in the real world, dealing with different personalities and different people, learning different crowds, what not to be influenced by, but also being social with people. You see, when I got to see in public school was people being treated a certain way and being bullied, and I was on the other side where I could have been a jock because I was always in sports, right? Um, and I was popular as well. But I embraced all the kids though, because I seen what people who thought they were better than others, how they acted towards other groups, people being picked on, people being just mistreated for who they were, what they lacked. And being on the other side of that, of being having some type of popularity and playing sports and stuff like that, I got to embrace the people and actually engage with people who at times I don't want to make it seem like I was doing like some type of I don't even want to say that, like it's just being who I am, my personality. I was able to mesh well in public school because I just seen how people were treated, and I didn't allow certain things, especially the crowds that I were around, influence myself and things like that. I think being exposed to the public like that molded me into who I am today. Noticing what crowds to be in, how to be around people, and embrace people on a general scale. So a part of me still, that hedge of protection has to come off because there's no hiding from that in the real world. When you get out there, you can only be protected, but for so long. Um, and For black boys, especially having to deal with the public schooling program, you gotta deal with some shit. Those black boys are supposed to grow up into the protectors, not all the way protected. So they gotta learn some shit along the way. And that's what I was gonna say, too, Divine F Empress. Boys being sheltered isn't a good thing. Um, Let me see. Father or father figure is really important as well, especially as a boy. Yeah, there are parts of the father that should be passed down to the son. I know firsthand. I hear you, Aaron Long. The hedge of protection has been off for at least 4 years. Yeah, man, Eric Long. Certain things you do miss out when don't have that father figure in your life. Make sure I comment. I appreciate you, Jazz. Um, but yeah, that and that's fine. Also, you know what I mean. I'm not saying boys that who have been sheltered aren't doing great, but I'm gonna let you know this now. A hard time comes along and you do not know how to deal with pressure because you've never been put in a pressure situation, and that hedge of protection comes off, you've been sheltered, you don't really know someone unless they've really been tested like that or been through the test. You see, I've also been on that other side where I've had to deal with bullies. And I'm glad I got that experience and that I wasn't sheltered because I wasn't held in some type of um, protection like that. Like one of the things that my parents, for some reason, they let me go. They let me be outside. I was kind of held under a certain hedge of protection as well. But once when they understood my personality for real and that I needed to be outside, they let me go. Let me be outside. You know what I mean? It's just some kids' personality, like mine, and my son is the same way. I could tell already. Even if you try to shelter them, they're not. They're once. Like I told you earlier, my son is starting to ask certain questions, and it reminds me of me. He's only 9. He's asking certain questions. I can tell, like, all right, and he's been like this. Mind of your own. You can only hold on to a child and shelter them, but for so long until they either one get tired of feeling that certain type of way of being closed off from what's going on out there before they eventually say, all right, the moment I get a taste of freedom or being out here, I'm going to go nuts, right? So you got to catch that before it happens, and then they out there, and now they out there. Because I've seen that happen too. Kids be sheltered, finally get the metaphoric chains released off of them, and now they wild out there. You feel what I'm saying? My parents seen me and they start, yo, listen, we gotta let this boy go do what he gotta go do outside because it's gonna come a time where he's gonna go do what he wants anyway. And when he's gonna go do it, it's gonna take it to the top. So to me, it's a more personality thing also. And understanding your children for real. If you know, once again, I know me and I knew me for a very long time. And as a kid, listen, I was breaking curfew early. I was wilding out there because they wanted to put something over me that my older siblings didn't have, my older brother didn't have. So don't try to give me this special treatment when I seen what I seen. You know what I mean? So once again, it every family's different. They're going to hold a special regard for certain people. And then when it comes down to personality, whoever takes heed to it, especially with the females are going to be regarded as special in a certain way. Um, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, very long. Zipper says I just did finish shit. Yeah, I mean, if you take a liking to that, you know what I mean? That's what you're there for. Me, different. In a different shit. Wanting to be outside, play sports, get dirty, fuck shit up. Yeah, no one makes it out. No one makes it out alive. And one of the things that, for the most part, my parents did, they always had me in sports programs because that's genuinely what I like and what I love to do. So, certain programs that they had me in. And then once again, until I got old enough to get myself around, um, most notably a bike. Once when I got a bike and I could get myself to places and travel around town and play ball at different parks or get to practice here and there or get to the recreation center here and there. I was pretty much on my own, you know. So I would go seek out the things that I wanted to do and be out there. But yeah, it was always this thing where they also had a trust in me as well. Once when I really got to be out there more. I mean, there were times where I would break curfew, you know. And most of the time I was breaking curfew, I was with a female. It was because of a female. I was trying to stay out late because, trying to do my one twos. When it gets the best time to do it is late, not during the day. So I would have to I would be willing to sacrifice whatever I had to sacrifice in the name of curfew or whooping that may that may be coming down the pipeline. I always made sure if I was going to go against curfew or go against something that it was going to be worth it. It wasn't going to be meaningless. If I had to take the punishment, can't go outside for this amount of time or you can't be out this late no more, whatever. All right, bet. I would make sure that it will be worth the while. Airlog says I like the determination. Yeah, man. Listen, my teenage years back, like my mindset was very different. That's what I'm saying. Like I wasn't the type of child to be, even if I was being sheltered, like I would be done. Like my parents really had to let me go because they seen it already. Like I was just pissed them off, even if they would have tried to shelter me for real. Divine Vipers, that's funny as hell. Oh, here this guy, Quiet Ghost, man. We over here talking about some real teenage shit going on, real life experiences, and this is shit I be talking about, right? You see what I'm talking about? We talking about some real life shit. This is real life we talking about. Real experiences. Ain't nobody think about no Jesus Christ at 14, 15 years old. We talking about some real teenage, innocence, rebellious shit. Here this dude come. Jesus died for all our sins and came back to life. We were saved by faith in Jesus. Jesus loves you all. Quiet Ghost, man, stop being a fucking herb. And what was you doing at 14, 15, 16 years old? Dork. People don't know, like, I'm sorry, yo, but it's that type of shit, right? Like, we were having fun. Talking about real fun. Letting your hair down, letting loose a little bit, taking off that, you know what I mean? Embracing the side of us that was some real teenage adolescence, moving around, crazy shit. Not trying to harm nobody, get nobody hurt, or trying to hurt ourselves. Living life. This is life here we're talking about. Taking the shackles off. Actually, I felt the most free at those times. Worry free. Not thinking about none. I'm not thinking about no sin and this and that. Just think about this shit. If all that shit wasn't introduced to you back then, you not even think it's not even on your mind. You're not thinking about sin and being forgiven for your trespasses and stuff like that. Man, you out here living life in the free world as a teenager. No worries, no bills, no worry about this, no worry about how many. You go back home, you guarantee there's food in the refrigerator because you got somebody else footing that bill. The least thing I was worried about was if I could make it home by curfew. And if not, I'm willing to take the sacrifice of getting these lashes and these whippings because it's going to be worth it. Mine didn't do that until I was 16, 17. Basically told me if I wanted to do that out on my own. Yeah. I said, mom, two sisters, and two brothers. I'm the youngest and the first family to have a baby at 14. Damn. You out here, you know what I mean? No judgment. I'm not saying damn to judge you or anything like that, but you know what I mean? Like I said, we talking about some real shit here. My dad was super religious and put that on my bros and I'm not religious or spiritual even this age, but I do believe in a higher power. Most importantly, my mind, heart, and soul. I hear that, Jazz. And Aaron Long said he dropped out and moved out. It would be scary because I was sheltered. I got a car because of a grown man asked to. And oh wow, that's crazy. That was hot tail. Oh man, that's what's up, Bronze Golden. Yeah, I remember one of the first times. Not even one of the first times. I remember one time. I'm talking about this one time where I was late on curfew. It was definitely worth it. But I knew it wasn't no sneaking back in the house. I knew I was done for. It was one of those ones where it's like it's no sneaking. Um, like I got walking through the front door for real, because it was one of those ones like they knew like I wasn't I wasn't home. I wasn't, so it was like, all right, to make sure that I'm good, I'm safe, like no sneaking, getting in bed and they find me. Oh, nah, it wasn't none of that. I knew like I had to walk through the front door. So, you know what I mean? Once again, if it's one of those ones like that, and that was really only like the really one time. Like it was real late. It was real late. And it was actually for a good reason. Like we ended up like getting lost a little bit. But I remember at this house, my mother and my father, um they now when you walk onto our front porch at this house, there's a front porch, and then you walk onto the porch, and then you can actually look inside to the living room. There's like windows on the front door where you can look into the living room. When I walked into that front porch, I'll never forget this shit. It was obviously dark as hell in the whole house, but you could see our living room through these windows when you walk up to the front door, and I could see the lights flashing, meaning that the TV was on, and they were sitting in the living room watching TV, waiting for me to come home. So as soon as I walk in, I try to close the screen door, a little bit light, so that way it won't alarm them too much. But as I closed it and I turned around and I'm looking at the window, I see, the lights flashing, like, scenery cutting or just the commercial, whatever was playing, like the lights just flash. I'm like, fuck. And then I crept up to the window. I see my mother and father sitting there watching TV, eyes wide open. I'm like, damn, I can't even walk in on a waking them up out they sleep. Like they really up, like being, I was like, damn, all right. Take a deep breath. I said, okay, it is what it is at this point. But yeah, man, I stuck my key in that door. I walked in, and they just gave me, where was I and stuff like that, because I was a little bit older too. When this happened, this was like a legit miss curfew, like just came in wild over curfew. It was it was unacceptable. I ain't even gonna front. But where I was in a completely different city at the time. No car. Um, at this time, no cell phone. That's what I'm saying, man. Really living out here free, untraceable, untrackable. Other side of town. And what ended up happening was, and I was a junior in high school. What ended up happening was this female that I was dealing with at the time. Uh, her aunt gave us a ride back to her house, and I was with my homeboy too. He got the same treatment, um, with his mom. So we both knew, like, yo, while we here, we got to make the best of it because we are fucked for real. Like, we got a ride there, but then the ride left, and we didn't know that the ride wasn't coming back. Um, the ride actually wasn't about to come back at all at one point until the female I was dealing with, it was her aunt. She had to call and be like, "Yo, they need a ride back for real." So she did us that solid, which is cool, man. You dealing you're charming, you good peoples. It was almost kind of like a setup too, now that I think about it. But yeah, they ended up the auntie ended up coming back for us, giving us a ride back home. Um, and me and my boy, man, we was just contemplating what our story was going to be. Because you can't tell your parents, actually what you was going, what you was out there doing. Um, it was just living fun, man. Having fun, having some sharing some experiences. And luckily, once again, I wasn't with I wasn't by myself. I was actually with one of my best friends. So having that experience with him and actually having to go through the same thing at the same time, it takes a little bit of brunt off of it because you got a homeboy that's with you. He about to go through the same lashing that you about to go through. But I actually didn't get a beating. I just got 2 weeks, can't be out there, whatever case may be, and blah blah blah. But when you have working parents, they can't really keep a standard on a 2 week punishment, especially if but after that incident, I ended up getting a cell phone. They made sure to give me a cell phone. So now I was being tracked. Got hit with the broom. I've got hit with the broom before. Yes, my brother did too. I got hit. That instance happened before that time. I missed curfew another time, and I got my mother. My mother took the broom out. And let me get back to the chat real fast. Got some people asking questions. Am I nice and stuff like that? Okay, all right. Damn, yeah, divine flippers. That's some real African shit right there. He say fucking. That's actually funny as hell. Good time, man. Yeah, man. Now the life, the show of life says, "Are you nice to people? Yes or no? To all people." It depends. I got to get to know you for real. I'm respectful up front to people. I show respect and peace to people, but until you show me something different, then it can go either way. If you give me a reason to not be peaceful with you, or what you're saying nice, respectful, um, then no, it can get ugly real quick. I leave it's crazy because I kind of leave it to other people of how they want me to treat them. But I always greet people with peace, and I always show people respect. That's just me, and that's just how I was raised. You remember this when your son is 14 or 15. Oh yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what's going to be going on. We caught the Greyhounds in Baltimore. Then after the club found out, the Greyhound didn't run into. Oh man, yeah. If you cannot interact outside of your circle, you're living in a bubble, your own culture. Hmm. Where's that coming from? The show of life. If you cannot interact outside of your circle, you're living in a bubble, your own culture. Interesting. Church phones. Yeah, my first cell phone was I had a razor phone. That was my first phone. Um, they switches I got her. I could hit me. Damn, being switches is crazy. But you're right though. It was me and my day one. We had so many stories. Yeah, man. I got a lot of war stories. My grandmother told me to get switch. I went. Yeah, I didn't come up with those type of lashes with the beings of the with the switches. Um, Yeah, where I'm from, we call war stories. We call them, we call them, not yeah. Nah, mine was the AT&T when I had an AT&T flip razor phone. Um, where I'm from, we call them war stories. Just basically stories of where we went through, our circumstances, certain battles, if you will. We just nickname them war stories. Not nothing too crazy, like we was in shootouts and shit like that. Some people do have stories like that though. They call them war stories. But where I'm from, that's what we call them. The blunt 420, peace to you. But my mother did the bulk of our beatings. My father, he didn't lay a hand on us. Too strong. So he left that up to Mom Dukes. His voice alone will scare you, and him talking to you is scary enough with my dad. Uh, but it was something with him that he didn't hit us. My father, he didn't hit us, brothers, myself when we got in trouble. But my mother, can't say the same for my mom. She would pick up shit. If she had to. I remember the first time I slipped one of her I remember the first time I slipped one of my mom's slaps, attacks. It was actually almost as if like I swung back at her. Like she treated it like the worst thing in the world. Like I wasn't supposed to move, bro. And that shit made her more mad, swing on me more. And even after that time, like after that she stopped the whoopings. Was trying to. Think she realized her shit wasn't swift anymore. She wasn't as swift as she thought she was. Sipping and smoke some green. That's what's up. What's 20? Enjoy. I'm about to be off in a little bit. I made me disciplined though. It made me know right from wrong. But yeah, absolutely. Like going through those experiences for real, like you knew you know, how far you can push the limit and certain boundaries of respect and stuff like that. But once again, man, when you want to push that boundary a little bit, even what bro said, as far as your son becomes 14 and 15, remember that. I mean, still gonna give him certain advice, be respectful, do certain things, got to give him the speech, um, and try to contain it the best way that you can. But it's that same type of freedom that I know he's going to be yearning for when he's able to step out there like that. You give him a little bit of that leeway, and that's the thing with cell phones and things now. It's easier to keep track. You guys hear me? Yeah, y'all should be able to hear me. I don't know the last thing you heard, but I was telling saying Hetty Cougar, if you ain't get my shout out, I appreciate that gift sent. Um Let me catch up a little bit. Back. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for sticking in there. I'm about to be off of here anyway in a little bit. Nah man, no music playing, bro. Maybe one day if I'm outside, out in public or something like that, I could get you guys some music playing in the background. Apologize for what? Says, hey man, peace. And peace, Aaron Long, man. I appreciate you for coming through. Great chat came in late. Yeah, man. I mean, as always, whenever guys or ladies, anybody as y'all pop in, man, I always appreciate it. Y'all come through, stop through a little bit. And once again, guys, the doom scrolling. If you want to hear scrolling and you feel like you need to be entertained or you find yourself aimlessly just scrolling, trying to find something to catch your interest, it can be multiple causes of that. One of the causes can be internet fatigue. You have inputted so much information and entertainment from the internet already that you can possibly be done for. There's nothing else for you to watch or look into or whatever the case may be. Or if it's a certain channel you enjoy and you like listening to, or like certain videos you like watching, like reaction videos or whatever the case may be, um, that's on you and how you spend your time. But a lot of times people get caught up doom scrolling and they don't understand why. Um, and yeah, one, of course, is boredom. You can find yourself bored. But once again, I want you guys to really pay attention to what is called being so overstimulated by the internet that you're still seeking and looking for something on the internet. All right. So, guys, just pay attention to that. Just bringing some awareness to that to help you guys get off the internet. This internet fatigue, it can tire you out for real. And it won't tire you out to a point where you actually realize that you need to get off. It'll tire you out because of the information that you're getting all quickly and all at once. And you just end up scrolling aimlessly looking for something that you don't even really know what you're looking for because it is an addiction at sometimes, this internet and this scrolling, getting things, with especially with shorts. That's how you get caught up. These short-term videos, you feel like you're getting something. You get a lot all compiled in once. So just pay attention to that, guys. I'm a victim of it. When I talked about it earlier, some people say, "Listen, it happens to me too." So it's a common thing. A lot of people happens to, and it's a new term that's been put out here: doom scrolling. And it happens when you're on this internet, and we get infatuated with our phones and being in a place of boredom. So just pay attention to that the more and more. And if you don't remember anything else, just take that time, put your phone down for a second. If you find yourself doing it, turn it off, or not turn it off, but just put your phone down for a second. Take a breath, just try to do something else. And if you need to come back to your phone, you can do that. But just try to be more conscious of that. That's something I started to notice more of myself, of just putting my phone down for a second and just reevaluating what the hell I'm doing. Said I've done that for hours. Yeah, it happens. It happens, Devon. Um, so yeah, just bringing some awareness to that because I don't want people out there to feel like it's just them or it's a normal thing to be doing because it's really not. And once again, I kind of scared myself because I was doing it, and then I had to ask myself, like, what the hell am I actually scrolling to find for real? I'm like, what the fuck is like you start to question yourself, like, what am I doing for real? Like, I'm just scrolling, looking for something. I don't even know what I'm really looking for. I'm just, going through content. And once again, when you're bored, idle time, trying to distract yourself from something, you realize what you're doing and you don't want it to become a habit. And once you realize how often you do it and when it happens, and Sierra, I appreciate you. The power went off, just came back on. Thank you for coming back. But when you realize that you're doing it and the habit forming, um, you just want to pay attention to it and not not over, let it overtake you. Like I said, this internet, once again, it's a weird place. We get good and we can get consumed in it. Deshaun Foster, man. Says, how are you so wise, cool, calm, and collected? Once again, man, just being myself, man. Taking I've taken the time to learn myself, to know myself, to understand certain information to make me wise, being knowledgeable on certain information. Um, but when you talk about being cool, calm, and collected, I did a study on myself and my triggers, what triggers me to make me upset. Um, and then figuring out that I shouldn't let people have a certain influence over me where they can take me out of that cool, calm, collected energy. If anything is going to happen that takes me out of that, is going to be myself. I'm going to make that decision, not someone else having that much power over me to get me out of that energy. But just understanding myself, brother. That's it. Have you ever saw the movie Don't Look Up? I think I have seen that. Don't Look Up is the movie. It sounds familiar. I think I might have seen that. But yeah, it happens. It happens to everybody. Idle time. Idle time. It happens to people. Messes with your critical thinking too. I asked my friend who is on her phone all the time, especially with trauma. Hetty Kruger says, "What are three branches of government?" Uh, you know the answer. Every time we come online, we're bombarded with conflicting information. Our minds haven't had generations to evolve into the type of constant stimulation. Yes, we need to rest our minds in a wakeful state. Absolutely. I agree. That's what it is. Sometimes reading is fundamental. I would be afraid to go out when I'm at PSD and I scroll all day. Oh man, that's crazy. I appreciate you, Divine FM, for to give people to hit the like button. People unliking it happens. Everything doesn't deserve a response and everything. Yeah, man, absolutely. Being with a narcissist, you explain to keep the peace. Helps. Yeah. When I was a gamer, I would spend hours and days on the game playing with real people. It's kind of like doom scrolling in a way. Um, yeah, it's the same thing with the game. Um, it's just something. It's something with this internet though, Bronze Golden, and the way the content is. Once again, with like how shorts are, the short reels, and um, even with these live streams as well. Yeah, like I kind of pinpointed it, but it's just weird. It's just weird how you just get caught up in just scrolling in random through random content, and then also if if you're into different people lives and stuff like that, um just scrolling through different lives and stuff like that. I could only personally go through if I'm scrolling and I catch a live that interests me. um I'll stay in there for a little bit. If it's someone that I genuinely mess with, I'll be in they live for real, for real. Like Jazz, whenever I catch Jazz on these lives, um, I'll stay in her live streams and see what she's doing for the most part. And then whenever I'm done or ready to get off, like I'll get off. I don't go to other people's lives and stuff like that because Jazz has a similar style of live that I do. Where at times she plays her music and stuff like that, but she's just on there, vibing, talking, doing what she do. So I kind of tend to, stick to that. Other people's lives, there's another person that goes live every now and then, that subscribe to the channel, and she cooks on her live. I watch her, show her support. So the people that support me, I'll go support them on live, and I'll stay more and spend more time on a live if they're on. If they not on, then that's when I get caught up in in a doom scrolling or just looking at other people's content as well. Just doing basically my own case study, what other people are doing out here. I come across some weird things on the internet, um, as I'm sure that we all do, and we catch people on here doing some things for clout. But for the most part, for me, um, if I'm on YouTube Shorts, depending on certain information, whatever I may be into or looking at or looking for, I just get caught up. And then when I try to distract myself from not getting so much information, um, that's when I really get caught up and just aimlessly just scrolling. And like I said, just as of recent, when I was sick, um, and I wasn't really in the mood for looking at anything informative, just wanted to be entertained to take my mind off of things. Um, that's when I caught myself doom scrolling. And I'm like, hold on for a sec, I gotta chill out. Oh yeah, y'all really naming the three branches of excuse me, three branches of government: legislative, judicial, and executive. That's how I was scrolling chain smoke, Marlboro Reds. Yeah, I mean when you're going through it, I get it. Eddie Kruger says I was actually scrolling and found your stream. It is calm. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. game smoking and drink vodka. Um, Understand as men, we need to be leaders. Do our marriages fail because we fail as leaders? Leadership means following Christ, in my opinion. Marcus Adams, I'll tell you this about marriages failing, and it's not because we or men fail as leaders. And that's great to hear, Bronze Golden. You don't do those things no more. Um, Marriages fail for different reasons. To put it on a man solely to say that he has failed as a leader, um, would be wouldn't make any sense for real, for real. A man, I don't just want to answer this based off of my own experience. Um, the first person you need to lead is yourself. If someone else is in charge of you as a man, or if you come to find out that someone doesn't want to be under your leadership because they feel like they have a better way, then it's best to let that person go. Someone who truly doesn't want to be led will let you know. Maybe they don't like your leadership skills. Maybe they feel like they can be a better leader because they are competing against you. So with that said, with dealing with our women in this society, a lot of them feel like they can compete with a man. They can lead a household just like a man. They haven't been or been exposed to how to take the position, or let me just say this, some women who haven't had the opportunity to see what a household is ran like with a man as a leader may have a time struggling to actually put in her household now a man as a leader because she has been conditioned under a single mother, which can hinder her in her future to have a man as a leader because she's seen her mother do it her whole life. So, with that type of ideology, is it still the man's fault that he cannot hold his true leadership quality because the woman is the one holding him back because of how she was raised and never really got to see how to deal and treat a man truly to be put in position to have that leadership role? Makes it a tough question to answer when you have so many different dynamics that can be put in there that's not just solely on a man being a leader. Sometimes it's self sabotage. NYC Files says free Larry Hoover. I'm glad I stopped by. Bro. It's worth the time for something. Hey, Divine Net Pimpers, I appreciate all the gifts sent. Thank you. Lisa Marie Lottie says, good morning, sir. Hi, all the way from London, UK. Shouts out to the UK. Thank you. Growth and development, the GDs, NYC files says. Growth is the government from come to no strand, 25th Flatbush, Brooklyn, NYC, and you wanna jump me in, bro? I'm too old to be jumped into no gang, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate you so much. Thanks, Jazz. Most definitely, yeah, nah, that's real talk. For real, I don't really be in too many people's like live streams like that. Some of them do catch my attention, and then I just take note of certain things, like a lady eating cornstarch on one of her lives and stuff like that. For, likes and clicks. There's another guy on here who be in bathrooms, public bathrooms, shooting paper, toilet paper ball baskets. I haven't seen him in a while. He might have got caught. He might have got caught by now, vandalizing public bathrooms and wasting tissue paper and shit like that. I feel like that's marriage about at. Sometimes people grow into different people talking about marriage. Yeah, black-owned business, black communities from LA to New York, growth and development. Says, who the hell is Larry Hoover? As a black man, I believe the best way to repair our community is to start repairing the home, specifically restoring black fathers in the household. I agree, Marcus Adams. Did you know there was incentive, though, to get black fathers out of the household, though? So until women stop taking that incentive, uh, yeah, bros talk. NYC files just talk about some shit that was founded in the Midwest in Chicago. Um, I don't know what his agenda is, but God bless, brother. Yeah, Marcus Adams. I know what you're about to say. He's saying, but not just any father, a father led by the right principles. Would those principles be led by a man that's under the tutelage of the teachings of Jesus Christ? So I know that's what you're about to go. You kind of made mention of that earlier. Many black men, leadership capabilities, leader household, fear and insecurity, women, which can cause further problems that lead to the destruction of the home. NYC files, man. I don't know why, but you're funny, bro. Um, down to Vi. Peace to you. Um, Silver Dude, peace, man. Uh, do I like Lil TJ? No, I don't listen to that, bro. A lot of men are taught to be between men. Uh, yeah, Marcus Adams. The or you feel your own semen retention is because you're not thirsty. And Donovan, you could just read along with the chat and see what people are talking about in the chat to inform yourself about what's being talked about, what's going on for real, or you want special attention. OG Hobbs, man, peace to you. Yo, man, NYC Files is funny. Um, I'm on here almost every other day, bro. Might be on here a little bit later. Possible, it's possible. Uh, but I appreciate you, bro. And yes, I agree, man. I do have it's a beautiful community on here. Interaction is always cool, always sweet. Um, when the ladies come through, for sure, for sure. That's one of the things that I'm happy about with this channel is that Sierra, have a great night, sis. Um, when the ladies come through, man, because most of my content that I do is for the guys. But ever since I've been doing these live streams, obviously the women come through and they take a liking to the content and the vibe that happens over here, giving them an open platform to say their opinions, say how they feel about things as well, and give them an inside look into my content as well. If they subscribe and plan to go over to the content, some of these females here also on a celibacy journey, healing from certain things, as you can see, whether it be from trauma, past relationships, and just getting a better understanding of what men and women, both alike, go through at certain things, and just taking a step back and just analyzing certain things. I'm glad you recognize that, Marcus. I'm celibate, but Yo, Divine. That's funny. Red Roses, what you talking about? And Donna says you don't need no special tissue. Okay, that's cool. I'm glad you don't. Um, Come on, bro. You don't got to spam, bro. You going not you going to just yeah. See, curious how bad did it get? Oh, Marcus Adams is asking. Okay, nice, nice to know. Yeah, yeah. Shout out, yo. You guys is getting close to that time. About to get up off of this internet streets. Damn, y'all going crazy in here tonight. Late night. How's it sleeping alone? Peaceful, very comfortable. OG House says, "Be strong." um, yeah, I have no trouble sleeping at night. To be honest, why don't you, this man get? Yeah, I appreciate it, Roses, for for the recommendation. I thank you. Marcus Adams says y'all are freaky. Um, yeah, sure, NYC Files, man. You could shoot me over your Instagram, brother. But yeah, nah. Marcus Adams, what? How do I sound like a Christian? What does a Christian sound like? Okay. um, what was I saying before? Yeah, I was saying. I was thanking someone for their recommendation. Oh, Divine F Empress asked me about sleeping at night. I honestly, I really do um enjoy sleeping by myself. Very comfortable, bro. I'm not a this is the thing, like I've said this before. Divine F, she probably already knows what I'm about to say. I cannot cuddle with any female for a long period of time while I'm asleep. Eventually, at some point, I'm going to roll over, get underneath my covers, and I'm going to curl in my ball in the bed. So I don't miss all that spooning stuff or cuddling or having someone underneath my arm and then my arm falling asleep under their heavy body. And then I can't feel my arm, and it's very uncomfortable to sleep with a numb arm. A lot of guys might not admit that to you, but I'm telling you, as a man and having someone's big ass head or body laid stretched lifelessly across my limbs isn't comfortable for us men. So as much as you may like it and feel, your man's body's next to yours as you get cradled and held, our bodies are laying there and some of our limbs are going numb because of your heaviness on us. A lot of men won't admit that, but I don't miss that. I like wholeheartedly enjoy sleeping in my king size bed by myself. It's nice and cool on that side where when you get to roll over to the cool side of the bed? Yeah, that's what I experience. I love that. I don't miss having being tucked up, uh curled up in a corner because you're taking up half the bed too. That's another thing. So yeah, I don't miss that. Um Donna, peace to you. Have a great night. Peace, brother. And that's no slight to women. Once again, I do miss the intimacy. Um with the women holding hands. The cuddling. I don't mind cuddling. I enjoy it at times. Those guys we miss that part too. But yeah, if I have to, if I sleep in a ball, yeah, hell yeah. And that's what I'm saying. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like me sleeping in a ball is a problem with what now? I got that's what I don't miss. Being in my own little world, curled up, if I need to really enjoy my sleep. I don't have to deal with the pressures of someone disturbing that. Yeah, nah, I get you that you don't cradle all night. The thing is that yeah, I'm good. OG Hobbs though, I hear you. Once again, it's not like I don't that I don't enjoy those parts or that I don't miss those parts. Um but I honestly when I sleep, that's something I don't miss that. Someone in the bed with me is something I don't miss. For real. Yeah, this dude is crazy, bro. I was about to marry the ones I talk about. I said, please, Uno, while you sleep. Yeah, we just talking about sharing. I don't even really miss sharing my bed either. Like I can't roll over For real, for real. To this be All right, so this is the thing, right? Um, Even with the size of the bed that I have, right? There's still a certain side that I like to sleep on. But if I wanted to have the option to move the other way, sleep on the other side, like there's always a your side, this side type shit. And I don't miss that. So I don't really miss having someone in my bed like that for real. And once again, I get what you're saying. It's not just a cuddling thing, whatever. But um, what's up, Abigail Hollis? Peace to you, sis. It can become very intrusive, and if I want to roll over into whatever side of the bed that I want to right now and be comfortable, I have no interference with that, and I don't miss being confined and constricted to one side of the bed. I hate snoring as well. I do hate snoring as well. That's something I can't stand. But um, yeah, not sleeping alone. I have no problem sleeping alone for real. I don't want to. I don't want to sound like that guy, but um, if a female if a female leaves after we're done doing whatever we got to do, she don't really got to spend the night. I don't really mind. Um, she can go on. She's open to. You feel what I'm saying? If she would like to, but um, if I find out that you snore or you don't like to stay on your side of the bed and shit like that, um, yeah, you're gonna have to get up out of here. I can't sleep for real like that. And Abigail Hollis says seam retention dot dot dot. I don't know what you mean by that. Abigail Hollis, is that a question or Alaskan King is huge. We could roll, never touch. I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine. I get it. That I don't like. It feels like whole activities. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't need anybody in my space right now. I don't need anybody in my bed. I don't need anybody wanting to do any of that because this is my space. This is my time. So it ain't gonna be none of that, and then you staying and sleeping over. So I'm not even gonna do that to anybody. So yeah, I'm telling you, my boundaries is very wicked when it comes to this semen retention shit. It's been females that look at me, um, and be like, "Yo, what's like? You serious? Yeah, I'm dead serious." I charge my phone up. I got certain things in place where, once again, this is how I rock. call it past trauma, whatever you want. I don't allow people in my space that easy. Period. You can label it however you like. No one but me pays bills in my house. So just because I don't give people access to my bed and I don't want people in my bed is a past trauma thing, it's not going to work with me. If you planning to come over here to have a sleepover, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to go home. That goes for anyone across the board. I don't understand. Why can a man have his own boundary of how he's running his household? It has to be some type of trauma or I'm setting a boundary. Just how you women have your boundaries of not letting the man crack on the first date or whatever the case may be. That's cool. But we grown, right? All right, bet. No woman's coming over my house and allowed to have a damn slumber party. If you let me crack, have plans to go home because you're not sleeping here. I don't know your sleep patterns and what your nighttime routine and you snoring and shit like that, and I can't sleep comfortable in my bed. Sorry. I'm just a different nigga. If you want to label it up to past trauma, whatever, go right on ahead. But fucking with me, you're not having no sleepovers over here until I truly get to know you and see what it is with you. If you allow me access to your body, then that's your fault. No, I'm being completely honest. You're not spending the night. I would like to go to sleep, comfortable in my bed. Hey guys, any men right now still left in this live chat, if you're in here, start to set some boundaries for yourself. Because women aren't used to that. You having certain boundaries that you have for yourself and protecting your space. See, a man with no boundaries and no space, anyone is just able to come in and just do whatever. Say whatever. You know your bed, you know your bed and stuff in your space holds energy, right? Especially when someone actually falls under sleep. They leave behind a certain essence. I don't need that around lingering. When you're gone, your essence is still in my bed. That's why it's very important after you do your business with these women out here, you wash your sheets, right? Just allowing anyone, just because you're laying down with them, to come and have a sleepover. Nah. Mm-mm. You're like, Jasmine says, I'm over here. I think it's the same way. Take your ass home, and when it's a relationship, living together, take your ass back to your room, waffles and pancakes. Hey, listen, once again, and that's why I say I don't want it to make it come off like Devon, you said, like that seems like whole activity. That's why I said, listen, I have certain boundaries in place and how I do things and how I function. If I'm first dating you, if we first doing things, I'm gonna let you know off the rip what it is. Because If we're not in a relationship and you plan to have sex with me and we do that, you not my girl. You're not truly in a relationship. You know what a lot of women like to do too? They got this also standard that they let you crack 3 times, then in their minds you're in a relationship. You'd be sadly mistaken fuck with me with that mindset. Um, I'm not saying this all across the board as to if a woman comes over, we have sex, that she automatically has to go home. She falls asleep. If she falls asleep in the midst, shit happens. I get that, right? I'm not gonna wake you up and be like, yo, you gotta go. But I'm not going to sleep though. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm not falling asleep next to you, um, like this is a sleepover, and then we're just no. Everybody's different, and each situation is different, right? But I'm not going to sleep, so I don't expect you to go to sleep. I don't get caught up in that situation too often. If I am dealing with someone on that level and I allow them into my space and I get comfortable like that, then yeah, we, you know what I mean? We fall asleep together. But most of the time, if we in a hotel or something like that, that's different. But in my house, nah, you, whatever this is, this ain't that. I don't know why you brought this night bag. You're not about to be over here for that long to be falling asleep like that. You spending the night. By the time you know it, you leaving shit over here. By the time I look up, you got your own space in the closet. Next time I look up, redecoration. Nah, we not doing all that. I know how the game, how the game goes. So yeah, nah, it's little shit like that that I place certain boundaries on. For real, for real. Dealing with females up front. I don't allow females that I'm dating up front spending the night over my house like that. Cause it's little shit that's going to turn me off, or it's going to be a pet peeve, turn me off. And I don't want that to happen too early. All right. But then also I have a boundary for my space, for real. You got your place, I got mine. If I come over your space, if I come over your spot, I'm not going to be expected to spend the night at your house because I don't want to sleep in your bed. I don't really want to sleep in your bed like that. I'm gonna be up. Trust and believe, I'm going to be up. If we taking it there, then I'm going to be up. But there should be no reason for me to be up like that, or be tired coming to your house like that, expecting to go to sleep in your bed. The girl says, "I'm buy a whole new mattress. I ain't risking it." Once again, that's just personally me, man. Um, and see, Divine Empress, you saying you don't invite dudes over, so the energy ain't reciprocal. So for me, not to say if I don't got an open invite to your house, what makes you think I will have an open invitation to just let a female spend the night over my house? That's all I'm saying. And I get it. If it's not your dude, he's not coming over. That's cool. I get that. But date Dating, relationship, to me, if we dating, you're damn sure for not sleeping. You're not doing that. Come through, chill out. If it gets intense and we plan to do that, then we go there. All that spending the night, can't do it. If we in a relationship, it still takes time. It still takes time for me. I've been placed in a situation where I was dating a female. She came over. We had dealings, and she stayed over for a little bit. But I never went to sleep. There's no sleeping. You didn't come over here to go to sleep. What? Once when I get tired, be like, hey, listen. Tell you exactly how I go. Hey, listen, a little bit, sleepy, got work in a couple hours. What you about to do? And Aaliyah, I appreciate that. I'm about to go to sleep soon. I'm about to get off. But I really want to finish this topic because I want to allow females and dudes alike to understand your boundaries and what you said within your household. Because, listen, man, you allow these females to come in your space, you're gonna be liable to just do whatever. You gotta keep them on their toes for a little bit. You gotta keep them on their toes. Once again, you can't just allow anyone in your space and allow them to just, be in your space like that. That's where that comes from for me. Is a certain boundary that I've always had. Always. I don't let anyone getting comfortable too quick like that. That's how I see it. You're getting comfortable way too quick. If we've been, listen, we've been drinking, if we've been, doing something like that, and you can't get home, you can't drive home or whatever the case may be, that's one thing, right? But once again, I don't plan for you to spend the night though still. You make arrangements to get you home. You're not spending the night like that. If we're in a relationship and we have built to a point where we on that like that, now that's something different. We didn't spend some time with each other, where we know each other enough, where we have a certain understanding, and then it's mutual. But no, I'm not, I don't allow that, just from anybody. Is that someone which is hard? Please, yes. Um, Mayandi, that's how you say your name. Peace to you. Um, yeah, it sounds like you mess with dudes with no boundaries, bro. Just gullible and dudes that just bow down. I've never, ever, ever done no not even with my ex-wife when I first met her. I've never had no female have me sprung like that ever in my life. I ain't never been thirsty like that. I've never had to do all that to garner a woman's time and attention. And I'm a very nice guy. But doing all that that's doing a lot. My job is buying groceries and introducing me to his kids within. Nah. Yeah, that's too much. That's what I'm saying. That's too much and that's moving that fast. I've never done that. I don't care how much I like you. I'm about to go to sleep soon, I know. But nah. And that's the thing. So to me, honestly, I'm being very honest, Divine F Empress, if a female is that open with me, I see that as a red flag. You don't know me like that. If you have no boundaries, and we first meeting like that, you just allow everything to just go down. Um, like me personally, I start to lose respect for you. I don't. It is what it is, but I don't know how people might feel about that. But like initially, like I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. Like I'm not like that. Like because automatically what goes off in my mind is you was young. Yeah, nah, I get that. I'm speaking from a sense of I know things have probably changed now. Like you said before, like when now you're taking your time now after because buddy, I asked you, something about after marriage, how do you see dating yourself now? You said that you taking things slower and stuff like that. But being younger, I understand where that comes from. When I was younger, though, even when I was younger, and once when I realized females would go above and beyond to get my attention, do certain things, I would lose respect for them, for real. You're doing too much, and you're too nice, and you let me know I can take advantage of you early. I'm gonna be honest. You kind of lose that respect because it's like, all right, if you let me do this, you ain't no virgin. So that means you didn't mess with other dudes. You didn't had this door open like this before. And yeah, it's like just no boundaries set. So I'm cautious of stuff like that. Once again, I'm very particular about my space and how I let people in. Um, Listen, man, I'll go out here and say this too. I didn't have females play that game with me before. of talking all that shit. And I tell them, yo, come over to the house. They come over to the house and then act like all that shit talking wasn't said, right? What did you think you was coming over here for? I thought we were clear on what was happening. Cause I'm very transparent. You can't tell I'm very transparent. So I'm not gonna open up my doors, have you come in, get to the bedroom, and then you act all stupid like you don't know what this is or what's about to happen. What you about to do? Cause I'm about to leave now. I got something else to go do. I'm out of here. So you can't stay here because I'm not staying here. And I've had to kick females out. I'm not going to play a game with you. Especially doing, you know what I mean, having to do all that. Give you my MCM cards, money, and all this other stuff. And jumping into a relationship quickly like that. Just, you know. This dude said, do you know anything about, I don't know. Devon F, you said, you let a guy know you're not fucking. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. These people, man, we talking about some real shit over here, bro. These people still want to talk about whatever. And yes, that is the point of dating, is, you know, getting to know the person. I appreciate you, Leo. Thanks, man. And and that's what I'm saying. It's different points of my life where once again, I was very transparent on what it was I was looking for, what I didn't want in my life. But I've always had a certain boundary over my space. Once again, it's just me. And those boundaries just carried over into now of how I live my life now, because I'm not married anymore. So now I got to pick up certain boundaries that I had before, and those will get implemented into the new ones that I have now. But that has always been something that's with me. Like, I never let just anyone spend the night at my house, whether it be in my bed. Yeah. Dalton, what do you mean by that? Everything has its seasons and its own timing, brother. Be patient and be receptive. Um, Patient on exactly what? I'm not looking for anyone. I don't know why people are assuming that I'm actually. Listen, I was asked if did I miss anyone in my bed. Absolutely not. I don't miss anybody in my bed. I'm not looking for anyone to be in my bed either. So all your wishings and blessings, um, oh, you're saying you hope I find the right one. I appreciate that. That I do appreciate. Thank you. But right now, currently in my life, that's not something that I'm actively looking for. So I don't need that. I enjoy my peace very much. I don't need anyone being judgmental over my space and what I do. My space that I conduct myself in right now is made for me, myself, and I, and the Lord above. Not entertaining females on that capacity to have to want to bring somebody into my space, because sharing my space comes with a sacrifice. Am I ready for that sacrifice? Hell no. I enjoy being where I'm at right now. So I thank you once again for saying, you hope I find the right one. Um, yes, even when I do find the right one, she will not be spending the night right away. That's not going to change. It's not a sex thing for me. Um, okay, honest word. Come on, relax, relax yourself. Get off, get it. Come on, bro. You about to make me tell you something, bro. Being dramatic. Anyways, the space that I have reserved for me and myself and my 9-year-old son is reserved for me, myself, and my 9-year-old son. Trying to introduce anyone else into my life right now and having sleepovers. For real. It's okay. It's not needed. Yeah, God bless, Donna. I have my issue, Gucci, Creed, perfumes. That's fine. I'm just saying, once again, there's a certain standard that I hold myself to. I don't like to give the impression of anyone that comes over, that I deal with, that there's something else going on. So to not hold, because you said it earlier, Divine Empress, if I tell someone that, like, yo, if you're dealing with me and I'm not talking about you in specific, but for another female, if you're dealing with me and you give your body to me, you're not spending the night. Like, you don't spend the night over here. You said, does this seem like kind of whole activity or whole? All right, so to both save us that shame and that whatever the case may be, whatever you think it is, don't even put yourself in that position. It's an easy fix. But a lot of females will like to force their way because they'll like to test the man that they're with. I'm gonna still go over there, do this, do that, and I know he's gonna let me spend the night. Okay, all right, test it if you want, and go ahead. Anybody in the chat can say, nah, women love a challenge. So when a man has a boundary, women will try to go against that boundary to see if that man is still with it. It's happened on numerous occasions. I've been through this. I know exactly how it works. Women love a challenge, and when a man puts up that, yeah, right. He say he got that boundary. Watch this. All right, watch this. Come fuck with me, have sex with me, and see if you gonna spend the night, and see how you feel after I have to put you in an Uber and get you up out of here. because you cannot spend the night over here. Go ahead and act crazy. I will have, if you don't want to take the Uber, I'll call the cops for not leaving my premises. So women, act crazy if you want to. I will take it there. Men with boundaries often get tested to see if that boundary is going to stick. But it doesn't even have to be that, though, because I'm not on that type of timing. Once again, I have just a certain boundary, right? And the phone died. Okay. This is the thing. I don't even think that it's emasculated women. Women just like to see and test their man. That boundary really stands. It's just about a person in general. It doesn't really have to be an emasculated woman, emasculated thing. Some people just like to see if the person is bluffing. It is not a man or woman thing. I just want to see if this person is bluffing or not. Sometimes it just comes down to that. He might be bullshitting, for real. Might be all talk. Some people are just all talk. To test if you all talk, like I just said. Sometimes it's just some people just talking just to talk. So they'll call you on your bullshit. It doesn't have anything to do with masculinity or femininity to pull somebody's card. Got nothing to do with that. Either you about that life or you're not. Simple as that. Just like I said, a female can talk all that shit on the phone. I'll do this to you, I'll do that. When we come over, we get popping this. Well, all right, bet. Get over there. Right, just being called out. You can call it whatever you want. You can put whatever label you want on it. Some people just be talking just to talk. You act like people don't lie. Everybody's lied before. And you would be a liar right now if you say you didn't lie. So some people can just be all talk, put you to the test, and then they find out if you bullshit or not. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. My ex-wife, when I first met her, first time we had sex, she did not spend the night at my house. This goes across the board for everybody because I have a certain boundary. That's it. Some people respect it, some people don't. I've been tested before when telling females that they still try to do it. Yo, wake up. Either we going again or you gotta go because I'm about to go. I'm not staying here, sleeping with you. I've never had to take it to the extreme of really having to kick nobody out on that manner, but it's been tried. It's been tried. To me, it takes time for you to just be falling asleep at my house like that. That's just what I believe in. Listen, you can call whoever you want dumb. It's not you. It's not that. Listen, you call them dumb if you want. That's a woman that respects a man's boundaries. The men that you have dealt with, Divine Empress, if the women that I've dealt with, you saying that are dumb because they got cracked and had to go home, if they're dumb, then the men that you dealt with were all simps because they didn't have no boundaries. They was giving you money, they was doing this, they was doing that. They were doing too much to get nothing. Nothing? Nada. Nothing. Moving you in weeks of meeting you, simp, nothing. A man that's standing on his boundary and telling the female, you don't run shit over here. To be thinking you just come in and right away fall asleep at my house. So the women I dealt with was dumb, and the dudes that you mess with were simps. As a woman, it's your job to set boundaries and the one to walk away. When boundaries are crossed, walk away is feminine. If a man has to walk away from a woman, she is more likely to chase her. Females will try to go to sleep at your house if you let them. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't gotta be a dude or not. People are certain casual. Certain people don't need the label of being someone's dude or being someone's girl or not. Some people just don't need the label. A man, once again, putting out his boundary. There's no spending the night here. Now, as a woman, if you give me access to your body, lay in my bed, and I have already put out to you, not doing that, then that's up to you how you move next. That's all it is. And yes, in your adult life, you're not like that. I get that. I understand that. That's your boundary. No one's faulting you for that. But you're not like these other females out here. I'm talking about the ones. Seems like you're taking it and just making it about you, and there's other females out here that aren't you. So you can preach all you want about yourself. I'm not talking specifically about you and what you do and whatever the case may be. So a lot of women out here that move differently. Those ones that I'm talking about, they don't care about making a man their dude before they're over their house, sleeping with them. Right, but I want to get off of you and what you do and how you would do it and this and that. I'm not talking about that anymore. Because other people are starting to pick up on it and they're just going to base it off of what you are saying. Let's move off of what you and how you would do. This ain't about you no more. Fair enough? All right. Other women that I've dealt with, because I've never dealt with you, Divine F Empress. True or false? Have I ever dealt with you? And you say yes. Long story short, no, I haven't dealt with her. So all her experiences, the dudes that she's dealt with, I've never dealt with her. She's never dealt with me. Where I'm speaking from is my experience and my boundary that I have. All right, and listen, this is the thing. You're talking about your differences, your honesty, you learn perspective, right? Now listen, Now it's time to listen. You already gave your differences and your honesty. Cool, I got it. This is what you don't do, this and that. You had a dude that do this, you had a dude that do that. All right, I got all that. Cool. Now it's my turn. From everyone down, from my ex-wife, so I've dealt with before her and after her, those females have never, without a title or not, heard me put a boundary in place where they are not allowed to sleep at my home, my house. Regardless if we are in a relationship, dating, you call me a dude or whatever the case may be, because there's a boundary that I have set in place, that there's no sleeping over. Now, if those women have gave me access to their body, and they have been over my house, snuck in a bag somewhere, an overnight bag, or what is this? What are you planning to do? No, they know the boundary. I haven't been put on that test yet, or by anyone that hasn't had me put that stipulation on them to let them know, listen, you can't stay here overnight. It's up to that woman too. If that's a stipulation of hers, is that if she not coming over here, if she's not due, no one has ever put that stipulation on me to say that. Long story short, all I'm gonna say is I've always been able to get away with that boundary because clear communication. I put it out there. There ain't been no secret like, yo, the female got here, she done gave me access to buy, she in the bed, hey, yo, you gotta go. Wait, what? No, it's never been none of that. I don't move like that. I'm very upfront. Listen, I don't allow people to sleep over at my house like that. So now it's on you how you gonna play it. And when I'm talking about you, I'm talking about the females I've dealt with. It's up to the female how they are going to play it. If you come over here expecting to spend the night, you're going to have a rude awakening. I had one female to try it and I had to wake her up. Hey, yo, wake up. Now, I didn't take that as she's trying to test me or whatever the case may be. I don't know. Maybe it got too late. You're getting sleepy. Yo, you need to go. I need to drop you off. What we doing here? And it's only wild to those that don't understand a man that has a certain boundary. You see, men, we're supposed to be able to take all these women's boundaries and what they say. He got to be my dude. He got to do this. He got to make this much money. He got to do all this other shit. But all my stipulation is I don't want you to start sleeping over my house early and we don't really got shit established, but just us having sex. So now you make the move. You still gonna allow me to have sex with you? Then that's on you. That's my fault. I thought it was your body, your choice, right? I put a boundary up, you can put the same boundary up. All right, then, just like Divine Empress is saying, well, I'm not going to be going over no dude house if that's not my dude. The women I've dealt with, they know. And they respect my boundary. That's all I'm saying. If you're a disrespecter of that boundary and you want to combat that and say, well, this is what I'm going to do next, then all right, fine, I'm cool. I'm good off your pussy, shorty. I don't need it like that. And I don't need it that bad where I'm going to take my boundary off of myself and allow you to sleep over at my house. I'm good off your coochie like that. All coochie feel the same anyway. It's not that important. So, with all due respect, my boundary is my boundary. Those women who chose to do it and respected the boundary, they respected it. Females who don't respect a certain boundary always have to come back and put something in the way to diffuse a man's boundary. But you guys can have all the boundaries in the world, and we just gotta comply with them. I just don't want anyone sleeping over my house too early. Women have went with it. What's the matter? Don't got nowhere to go? That you can't respect the boundary? It's crazy, yo. That's crazy. I've never dealt with someone that had an issue with that boundary, or until now, I've never had anyone to say anything about that boundary. It's this internet, bro. It's this internet shit. It's one thing when you in person, G and the chick down, hey, listen, you know what I mean? We here, we doing this, whatever the case may be. I've never had an issue. I'll be 39 this year. Listen, since I was at my parents' house, for sure, I'm not gonna let just anyone up in my parents' house spend the night. That's a no-no. That's not even my house. You get what I'm saying? Sneaking in girls late night. Yo, listen, after we do this, you gotta go. That's in my younger days. Now growing up, not telling you my name. Now growing up, being an adult, now married, or was married, now ex-married, that boundary still holds today. That gets them up and get them going. That boundary still holds today. Since I was 14, 15 years old at my parents' house, what we going on? Damn near 25 years later, that boundary still holds today. You're not spending the night over my house, and it ain't like that. Then we move forward. If a woman was to ever tell me, yo, then this is what it is with me, cool. You know? I respect boundaries. I'm a respecter of boundaries. That's it. But my boundaries shouldn't get put to the back burner because they're my boundaries. Or there has to be some type of trauma linked to my boundaries. What's linked to your boundaries? People, let me know. Let me know your boundaries, and let's find out what type of traumas is linked to your boundaries. Don't want to have sex too early? Maybe is a trauma of not being able to trust. Or is it just a simple boundary and not wanting people in your space like that? That's it. And yeah, man, look, bro asked me your name. I'm not giving out my real name on the internet, man. You gotta, that's a no-no, man. So let's see. Boundaries save yourself from a lot of trouble and getting hurt. I agree. That boundary is not normal for a 30-year-old. You say experience a lot more opposition for women who are looking to build intimacy and ultimately marriage. We grown, so that's rare. And that's what I'm saying, when people aren't used, or females aren't used to hearing a man with a certain boundary, such as that one. Because, listen, females have been used to just getting access to men right away, whatever they want. When we're honest, it's better. A lot of women are used to men, when men are attracted to a woman and they notice, yo, this man really is feeling me, access to everything right away. Yo, come over my house, go in my refrigerator, here, take my car, take my ATM card, take this, take that. You get a man saying, yo, I don't want you in my bed like that. Like, you gotta go home. Go home. Yeah, I got a boundary. Like, you just can't be in my space like that. It's a rare thing to hear, so I get it. It's a boundary. Just how you women, some of you women have boundaries. I enjoy. A lot of people say, yo, I love being single. I enjoy my peace. I enjoy my solitude. Not only do I enjoy my solitude and my peace, I protect it. I've always been like that. How much do you really cherish your solitude and peace? But once again, women have the luxury of when men want to start simping, they just get whatever they want. Men don't know how to tell women no. It's two simple letters, N-O, no. And men, they don't know how to do it. They see an attractive female, all all googly-eyed and gullible, drooling out the mouth. No doesn't exist in their vocabulary no more because they'll do whatever it takes to keep that woman around. I don't care like that. Excuse my language, and I'm not trying to offend nobody, but pussy is pussy, and it's not that serious to just be doing and letting people do whatever in your life and come to disrupt your lifestyle because you enjoy your peace and your solitude. I love my bed a lot. People shouldn't be too comfortable like that when you first getting to know them. Do you want to know my boundaries? Red Rosa says, yeah, sure, let's hear some. Let's hear some boundaries. Wow, no, that's crazy. My boundaries have to do with understanding how men love. God forbid a man has choices and boundaries. It's always a problem. Friendly chemist, man. Yeah, Red Roses also says, all right, that's a little bit better. You have a boundary with kissing too soon as well. I get that. Way too loose. That's funny. 43 days at least. That's kind of like an exact number, but it is what it is. What's some more boundaries out there, guys? Please. The one time I didn't hold my boundaries, I ended up heartbroken with a narcissist. And that's what I'm saying. Whatever you guys' boundaries are, I expect you to stay true to them because I stand 10 toes down on mine. I don't care what nobody say, but look, all right, bet. Because that's going to be my protection. No matter what, at the end of the day, the boundaries are healthy and usually rooted in self-respect. It took months to So this is the thing about me. And what Symmetria say, boundaries are attractive as long as they're realistic and healthy. Avoidant personalities are not healthy and used to create and maintain distance when emotionally unavailable. And that's why I'm glad that you brought that up, Symmetria. That's what I don't want to confuse it with is being emotionally unavailable, not allowing people, not allowing that aspect of someone sharing your same space and all that. And yes, you can look at it as, well, if I'm being open with myself and my body and I'm coming over your house and we having sex, but then you telling me I gotta go, that can be mistaken for being emotionally unavailable. I get both sides of it. But this is the thing. I cannot help my boundary of my space and my peace. Right? It's cool. You come over, we can kick it, we can chill, you want to watch a movie, whatever the case may be. Then you can still go home. You understand? It don't gotta be, once again, if you got a boundary that you ain't having sex or whatever the case may be, I'm cool with that. But the same rules still apply. You come, we can come chill, cuddle, whatever. If we on that type of timing where we have further into however we dealing with each other and we're getting a little bit more intimate where we're kissing and stuff like that, cool, bet. But at the end of the day, you still gotta go. Now, once again, if it goes further and you open the door, if you open that door, things happen, we grown, feelings get in the mix, emotions start rising high, things start getting hot and heavy, and it goes down. All right, bet. We both grown, we made the decision. I'm not forcing you, you're not forcing me, bet. Listen, you still got to go. You start talking, you try to. Still gotta go. My boundary, no sex until we in a solid, committed relationship. Why buy the cow? If you get the milk for free. Hey, listen. Oh, man, yo. I hear y'all. Oh, man. Listen, man. Once again, beautiful boundary. Beautiful boundary. And I respect that. And I respect that from all women. But the way the game is played nowadays, decent thing, yeah. I got to use spaz out and start. Anthony, who you talking to, bro? That's, but listen, all honestly, in symmetry, that's solid, very solid boundary to have. You understand me completely? Cool. I appreciate that energy. I just want to make sure because it's kind of I don't know exactly. Females who hold themselves to that standard, right? It's completely understandable, and once again, it's a solid boundary. I love that for these women. Um, I want to be respectful here. It is a it's a rare sight to see. I have not been held accountable to make um, the last couple females that I have dated, right? I have not been held accountable to make the relationship monogamous or do anything outside of the ordinary to do be active like that. Now, I don't want to chalk it up to this is how most females are moving, or females have that standard, and the right person comes along and changes things. Have a good night, Anthony. I appreciate you for being here. Um, that's cool. Once again, uh, after getting out of my marriage, I'm batting 100. It's a sports reference. If you guys can understand me, I have yet to miss. And the females that I wanted to be engaged with, I haven't missed. I've had to turn women down, for real. When this camera goes off in my walking life, for real, like this, my mother and father's grave, I've had to turn women down. Then on the other side, females that I've actually actively dated after my marriage, I haven't missed. I didn't have to, they didn't have to make me they do. I didn't have to tell them we exclusive or nothing like that. This is something that is unforced. I don't force it on anyone. I don't say anything crazy, any type of crazy game or whatever the case may be. I'm really not even, I'm on semen retention. I'm on a celibate journey. So these times that I've had of being out there like that, I'm not even looking for it. I'm not interested. It just falls right into my lap. It just happens. I'm trying to say is without being and without saying too much, without doing too much, guys, sometimes when you come across a person and you genuinely like them, you're genuinely attracted to them, sometimes it can go a different way. Now, however it plays out, it can get tricky a little bit. Because if I'm a dude and I tell you, listen, I'm not really looking for a relationship like that, I always say that off the jump. Any female that I've talked to outside of my marriage, I've not outside of my marriage, but after my divorce, right? Any female that I've dealt with, I let them know, like, listen, I'm not really looking for anything serious. This is what it is. And then we go from there. I'm not pressed on putting no pressure on nobody of having sex. I leave it strictly up to the female. I swear to God, on my mother and father's grave, I don't force it. It's up to the female. I'm very respectful. I respect my body as well as the person I'm dealing with body. Whenever it's happened, it's been on the female. Once again, I don't know if it's a test to see if I'm going to stand on what I stand on. If it does really come down to a natural attraction, some things just go out the window. You just want to have fun for the time being, whatever the case may be. And if it goes there, it goes there. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Females that I have dealt with, one of them have turned crazy because of long distance, and I'm reluctant to talk about the other ones. It's none of y'all business. Anyway, things happen. But those females that have those boundaries, that put those boundaries up, like they wait for the dude to solely be, you know, to have things strictly, I honor that. Dead serious. I don't play no games with people's boundaries and what they say and how they want to move. But you women, I had a conversation with not a woman, but with another dude, and we were talking. And you know what he said? He said, "Isn't it funny that sometimes women will say things, but they actually move backwards?" And I just started laughing because I've heard this before, even in real life. And we sat there. I'm not gonna lie, we was on a consultation. We were talking. And I said, "Bro, listen, I've been through it. I know exactly what you're talking about. But you can't tell women that because they'll swear they got this and that standard or whatever case may be. And then when you really get into engaging with them, what happened? I thought, you know, you say you was doing this, but now we here." You still gotta go home. I'm fucking with y'all, yo. I'm fucking with y'all. But I'm dead serious. I had a conversation with my dude on consultation, and that's what he said. And I said, "Yo, bro, listen. I'm a respecter of people, man. I'm a respecter of whatever someone says, I'm going to hold them to that because I don't want people to think that when I say something, that I don't want them to hold me accountable to what I'm saying. Because if I'm saying it, I'm saying it for a reason." That's what I'm saying. It's actually true indeed. But yeah, he was like, "Yo, isn't it funny?" Because he noticed it. He's like, "Yo, you wouldn't be backwards." And he said, "Yo, I'm getting tired of it." There are genuine guys out here. Ladies, listen to me close. There are genuine guys out here, for real, that are looking for females with those same type of boundaries and that can truly help them keep more accountable. This is what me and a bro talked about. But he said, "Yo, I tend to run into females that are backwards." I say, "Bro, I know exactly what you mean." He said, "What's up with that?" I said, "Yo, I didn't have the answers for him right away." I said, "Listen, all we can do is just continue to be us. And just hope, like the person said, the right one comes along and can actually see what we have going on and be able to follow us the true way that we're trying to lead. Certain things in place, certain boundaries, whatever, and then we can hold each other accountable to those things. That's really the way it's supposed to go, for real. All jokes aside. But let me tell you something. If you come across someone like us and it's genuine attraction, we feeling you, and we get into a situation with you guys and go against the grain, it is what it is. I never said I was waiting for any special occasion to have sex. Just because I'm on semen. A lot of people get that misconception of, when are you going to date again? Are you still going to be having sex? Are you still going? Listen, I never said that. I know how to control myself. I know how to be present within my body. Dealing with a female, if I'm naturally attracted to you, I know what's going on. All right, bet, cool. But if you got a boundary, all right, bet. Now I just know I have an accountability partner. That's how I see it. But now I leave it into your hands, how you want to play it. Every woman says she's a wife, but does every woman move like a wife? No, it's comical. Wifey material is not jumping on the second lunch date. And I've dealt with some respectable females as well after my marriage. See, the thing is that a lot of females won't give you symmetria, the wifey treatment or the wifey movement, because they feel like some men aren't really qualified all the way to get that type of treatment just yet. We basically have to prove ourselves to be able to get a certain amount of treatment, and then maybe we'll see glimpses of that. But we have to work for that, it seems like. I think we think different as we get older anyway. We have learned lessons and don't think you trust the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, yes, over time you do get different. And humping the second one. Listen, man, we grown out here too. So if you decide to hump around on the second lunch date, that's on you. I also have another boundary of I don't do that too early, for real, for real. I'm dead serious. I know I just said, we grown and stuff like that. But I honestly believe in taking your time to learn a person for real like that. Foolish woman syndrome, give it up. The goods for the bare minimum and expecting to be respected and committed to make it make sense. See, I don't agree with that, Symmetria. I don't agree with that. Listen, I'm not saying that I've been giving up the goods early on a bare minimum. Once again, I hold myself to a certain regard too before I sleep with women. I've had it thrown at me very early, or not even very early, like thrown at me just like that, right away. No minimum, like for nothing. I don't want that though. I don't want that. But I don't think it's a foolish woman syndrome. Giving up the goods to someone that you can detect that is solid. And that's just me. You take your time in knowing the person that you I'm a smartass.
Um, Nah, I hear you, and this is what I'm saying, and that's the thing. Investing time, great amount of time, money, and attention. Listen, I understand that. I could dig it. Um, there's a difference. Women who don't understand how men think move boundaries because they like you and they're possibly their mate. Men see that as foolish. Um, that's the thing. I don't even. I wouldn't want a woman to give it up that early to me anyway. I want to see them as foolish. I would see them as overly excited. I'm being honest. I would see them overly excited because this the thing is because I don't like speaking on myself like this. Me personally, I know I'm an attractive man, right? And I know the qualities that I possess and how I am with myself, right? So a woman taking a chance on being like that has to me it would have to come from somewhere where she's once again is a boundary thing, like just comfortable with me already. That's why she's willing to do it like that. But then I will also have to take a step back and question, like, if she's doing it this early with me, how do I know that she ain't? So that's why I'm like, I wouldn't do it myself as fast if she was giving it up that early. But it takes something to really vet that person, see where his vibe is coming from, the energy is coming from, and just using discernment and judgment in that moment. Once again, I've never been put in that position of, it happening that fast and just us being head over heels with each other like that. There's always been a process to anyone that I've ever dealt with. When it was on a serious, you know what I mean, on a serious tip for real. But if it was to happen on those bases, if it was to happen quick, um, like Symmetry said, bare minimum effort, um, yeah, I don't know. You really don't know what that feeling is like for real. When you're really feeling a person. A lot of women want to fall in love or find true love, but when guys have to lead with money, time, and attention, we'll get to the love part later. It makes it tough for a little bit. Because you had to do all this work, and now it's kind of like, all right, well, she fucking with me now because I had to prove myself when we really couldn't work off the energy that was in the mix between us. You get what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, man. I ain't. I was celibate after my ex-husband when I met. Symmetry, I get that. Yes, money, time, attention set the tone for the type of marriage you require. I know. That's why I said I get it. What about what the man requires for his marriage? Song Jones, peace to you, love. How's everything? That's the type of marriage, Symmetry, you say I require, that meaning you require. Men, what do we get in exchange in a marriage? Should we require the same thing from you women? Money, time, and attention? Nah, that wouldn't be right. Uh, my boundaries, my rules, and vice versa. Is it a match or not? Um, no, because he tried to. You saying, Symmetry is saying boundaries, your rules, and vice versa. I don't know. Those are your boundaries, Symmetry. I can't fault you for your boundaries, but I know this for sure with a man. That's your requirement for marriage. A man's requirement for marriage, his boundary is going to get tricky. How is the matter of looking up? Yeah, I'm still on. I know I said this a while ago. I'm about to get off, but I'm about to get off soon for real. Chill, CJ, man. And this is the thing. It's not about pocket. It's not about pocket chasing. That part when women, bring up money, time, and attention. Um, I don't get too. I don't get concerned with that. I don't label women any type of way when they mention money. But that's something that you women require, right? Or symmetry. That's what she's saying she requires in marriage. For me, in a marriage, I bring the non-intangibles as a female or a feminine woman. I bring. Yes, that's what I wanted right there. And the non-tangibles. Fellas, if there's any fellas in here, the numbers is going crazy right now. Is saying is I, but Symmetry is saying in the marriage, she's going to bring the non-intangibles as a feminine woman, bring in affection, attention, respect, and peace. That's it. That's all. Lots of kisses and deep meaning conversations. Protect, profess, and provide. What time is it? 5 minutes to 6. So 5:50. It's 5:53. Um, type of men I respect are breadwinners and leaders. You provide for a man, and he will resent you in a natural, masculine, unconscious way. Only a matter of time. That's a good cop out. That's a great cop out that I see all the time of women saying that if they are the breadwinners or provide for a man, what a man would do in that situation. You think a man would resent you? You know what someone asked me a while ago? They asked me about And hold tight, guys. Hold tight, because I'm about to go to bed soon. Symmetria, follow me here, right? Don't take this in a derogatory term or manner, but I need to use this scenario because it was a female that brought up this scenario to me. It was a couple lives ago. It was a while ago, maybe 2 months ago, possibly. She brought up the old pastime of pimping and hoeing. A pimp has to just sit back, set up, secure women, make sure they ain't, these Johns ain't doing them dirty or, putting them in harm's way too crazy. Just the female doing their work, getting the money, and bringing it back to the pimp so he can sort it and make sure the lifestyles and all right, no, you're right. All right, if it's not a cop out, it's true. Got you. But a pimp, just follow me here. A pimp with his females that he puts out there to make money for him. There's no type of resentment that comes with that line of work. There comes a understanding, and the female that brought up this aspect to me regarding a certain time where women were put out to the public to be to sell their bodies, if you will, for trade for goods at a certain time where it was famine, where there was no means of other trades. So the wives of certain people, especially in biblical time, or men who just had their wives, would sell their wife for that exchange for goods and services. Now, there's no type of resentment. She told me, she said, listen, it takes one, a cold heart, and understanding. And it takes a certain understanding of putting your woman out there to work. If we understand the oldest profession, and we understand that sex sells, and that type of money that gets exchanged through sex can far exceed what men can actually do, working twice as hard, 3 times as hard. Now listen, I'm not sticking up for any type of buffoonery and selling of the bodies or anything like that. This was a female that brought this up to me, by the way. Once again, I just want to make that clear. She said, would you be able to manage, she asked me this, would you be able to manage multiple women? All you have to do is supply the service of being a pimp, making sure that they're taken care of, securing them. But their profession is to go do what they do. Bring the money to you, you supply the roof over their head, make sure that. Me personally, I said no, right? I wouldn't be able to do that. But she said, what if there's a time of famine and stuff like that? I said, yeah, I get that. But, me personally, I can say it now. I didn't, not growing up at those times or whatever the case may be. It's easy to say, no, I can't do that, right? But when it's famine, your family hungry, you got kids and you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. As a woman coming in and making that type of money, as we know what that profession is and how much money it can bring in, if you're willing to put out your female to make that kind of money and have no type of regard, hold no type of resentment towards your female for how she gets her money and brings it back home, when it comes down to money, time, and attention, who's to say resentment will be held? And that's what I was trying to tie it back into. Women who say a man would uh, start to resent their female for bring or for being the breadwinner. I don't. It's nah. I don't totally agree with that. I think it's an easy way out because one, and not with that just that profession. I just bring that up because the female brought it to my attention. I said, "Yo, listen, you said something that's very profound," and a lot of sisters. You sure about that? Yeah, nah. Symmetry is not a bot. She good. Um, Symmetry is not a bot. She good. Listen, a lot of females wouldn't be willing to admit that. Resentment only will come from a man that's dealing with ego. And that's ultimately what I wanted to get down to. Only a man that's dealing with ego would resent his woman being out there being the breadwinner. He would be the same type of man who would resent his woman for putting her out into a profession that knows that what it comes with and then turn around and be upset that she's doing it. You get what I'm saying? If I put my female in a position that I'm dealing with to be the breadwinner, if I'm putting my female in a position to be the breadwinner and make more money than me, why would I then turn around and resent her? That means there would be something wrong with me for real. If my female want to be out there and make money, she want to work, she want to do that, she want to be out there and compete with the world, yo, listen, I'm going to cheer you on. Go ahead. Got no problem with that. That's why I say it's a cop-out, because there's a lot of guys who aren't in their ego like that that would love to see their woman win. I want to see you win for real. If you got dreams and aspirations that you want to go and get, and they might be bigger than mine, who am I to stop you? But based on marriage and how the female most likely wants things to go, no, man can't have that. He has to be the breadwinner. He has to go out there and do what he do. What about those men that want to see their woman win? This is a reason why a lot of females are single now. Because females don't really want to see us win. They just want us for the resources. So we rather have our resources single and keep it to ourselves than to have a fake cheerleader waiting in the wings just to use our resources to satisfy them. I need to see a little bit of ambition from these women to see that they could win too. I want to know I got a winner on my team too. And I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who RC is. But yeah, symmetry. That's why I say it's kind of a cop out to say what a man would want in a marriage. To say that he would resent his woman if she was the breadwinner. Uh, no, no. I did not know why my phone came out like this. But that's just me. That's just me personally, Symmetry. If you can hear me, I know you and Divine F Empress. I don't know what happened there. Uh, but that's my sentiments on that for real. Men are turning. Some men are turning away from that old type of way of getting to marriage now. So they understand what's going on. We gotta win first before we get with a female to marry, but we don't know if we truly are marrying a winner. We don't know. We done won already, got success, build our own shit up, and now bringing it to someone that we don't even know that can do the same, or that would help us in the process of winning and getting to that certain point. You see what I'm saying here? Like, it's starting not to make sense to us. We can win on our own. Once when we stop doing it for a female, we start to realize, yo, I can win on my own without this. Yo, I got to do this, build this up so that way I can attract the woman to get married to. A lot of dudes starting to wake up. Hold on, I could win without that set motivation because I'm just me. A lot of men aren't getting married now and will not be getting married in the future because they'll be willing to just run around with the females who are just out here chilling and not getting married because they will have now built something before they came and got you. Be like, for what? It's better to know that you got to ride or die on the side. A real man will always pick the woman who requires him to be just that. When this new naive generation, a man who wants a woman to provide for him financially in any way, run. Listen, all in all, it's not about providing for him financially. A lot of men, listen, it's a struggle to be a man regardless, with or without a woman. Once when a man has figured it out by himself, he don't need no woman. That's what I'm trying to say. So now when you come along, he's going to look at you a certain way and resent. I'm telling you, he's going to resent you more because you wasn't there shooting with him in the gym. You waited for the nigga to pop. He's going to be looking at you like, all right, you could be around for now. Then he's going to run with his bag without you. Because now he's going to be able to have more access to women. Women aren't thinking about that part. You want to go after the dude with money, he's going to have more options because he has money. He's going to have the open access to be able to get places to the women that he actually wants because now he got the money. instead of helping your brothers out. Is it fear? Oh, he's just gonna dip off or whatever the case may be. I'm telling you, it's a lot of dudes out here that have a different mindset that ain't thinking about it like that. They rather have a woman on the side, not worried about the financial part for real like that, because we gonna figure it out anyway. It's just that you gotta show and prove to a female off the jump to show yourself worthy. If I have to show myself worthy, then it ain't worth it. I'm going to go get what I gotta go get, and I catch everybody else on the other side. By that time, it's going to really be too late. There's a lot of guys standing on that other side. They're done. Donna says that's not what you're about. Me? Um, Listen. I'm gonna be honest, Donna. I'm gonna let you know exactly what I'm about. Waffles XD says blackjack. I have 15. Dealer has 7 showing hit or stand. Um, I don't know, bro. You should hit. Uh, my bad. That distracted me real fast. And Andy, peace, man. Oh, Donna, you're saying that's not what I'm about. I'm gonna tell you what I'm about, for real. Um, I'm a single man right now. I'm building up mine. I have no help. I take care of me, my child. That's my priority. And that's where my uh that's where my time and attention is, right? And on Waffles XD, if you will never hit, then it seems like I don't know. It is what it is. Fuck it. My time and attention and what I'm building on the side, and what I'm building in my life, no one is helping me do that, right? By the time I have built up what I need to build up in that course of time, and no one has helped me, that time and attention and that money is going to go to my son. It's not going to go to no other female. This is how a real man thinks. It's not, I'm going to be doing what I'm doing now alone with no female around to show me that she can come and be a helpmate now. Why am I looking for a helpmate later when I've done everything, when I needed the helpmate? Why would I be looking for a helpmate after the fact that everything is done? What are you going to help me with? Spend my money? We're catching on to what the fuck is going on out here. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. We're building up, and whoever is in our circle now and what we're doing it for, that's going to be the ones to reap the benefits at the end when we're done building. Only a naive man will still be stuck on getting married and going into and trying to appease to a woman because I got money and I got status and I got this. No. A real man is thinking about future. All right, listen, I got this and that. And just me in particular, like I said, I got a 9-year-old son. So the fruits of my labor will be going to my fruits, not to no woman who's waiting to be saved. A helpmate recognizes a man that's supposed to be doing what he's supposed to be doing. They come along and they help however they can. It doesn't have to be. I don't think it would just be resentment. They would be jealousy as well. If a helpmate comes and helps a man in his duties in the future as well, not just to say everything stops, but now is going to be, you're around now, but I've already gained traction and success. I can always tell you, I don't actually need you. And Symmetria, listen, you're saying single respectfully is something bad. Um, don't threaten me with a good time. Because as I just stated, we don't actually need you. All we need, listen, we know the game. I'm sorry, I'm about to say it now. We can stay single, you're right. You wanna know how brave I am, Rohan? Peep this. Once when I got the money, I'm gonna have access to the females regardless because that's all that's gonna catch your attention. It is what it is. Being single, some thrive in a solitary environment. Listen, if I'm single, I can focus more on my goals and what I have to do to get done before I leave this earth. Because I'm going to die alone anyway. My money's going to be left to my son, not no waiting in the wing female. So I might be single all my life because if I know the mindset of a female who was just waiting for me to pop and then wanted to be in my life, I'd rather be single for sure. I don't want no fake female waiting in the wings for my success. Symmetry, that's fine. Listen, I'm not even originally my people don't even really reside in these United States. So I could go somewhere else and do what I do. This side of society and the women, how they treat black men, it's cooked. It's cooked out here. Yeah, and I don't know if Rohan is being sarcastic or not, but in all honesty, like I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I reach success and a certain point and able to take my funds somewhere else where it can really be appreciated, I will. Because I know where they don't pretend that. I'm going to Burkina for sure, bro. Um, Listen, man, my people are originally from Africa, bro. So, yeah, the appreciation of going over there and, you know, doing what you have to do abroad is an option. I have a college degree in HHP, make great money in the medical field. That's what's up, Symmetry. For real, for real. But it's not to provide for my future husband. It's for myself and my kids. My husband wealthy enough to take care of all of us. Wealth is built, though, Symmetry, and that's what I want to get you to understand. Wealth is built. And with the things that you have going on, future husband to just walk in and just be wealthy, just like that. Everything to be perfect, to take care of you and your kids. There's a lot of women wishing, hoping, and praying for that same sentiment, I'm pretty sure. Reality of it is, if you do your research, there's a very small percentage of men that are making 100K a year. Let's just start there. Small percentage, very small. To be able to obtain that man, for him to have the qualities that you desire, to actually spend time with you now, to spend the money on you, to want to marry, to have things in common with that man, to actually be attracted to that man. All these things you have to check off all these boxes to actually be with a person that you can see yourself with. It. Reality of it is tough out here. So the requirements that you're putting on men are saying, nah. Rather build my own way, because once when I get it, I gotta go this way with it. No, guys are going to be reluctant. It's just like I said, it's gonna be single guys out here. They willing to stay single. Song Jones, no. I mean, it's diverse, but it ain't, overwhelming. It's pretty diverse where I live at. What a man provides to kids, especially to their sons, is something that can't be bought. Yes. I'm what most people consider cash. I attract men who are already wealthy. And it's a requirement along with having a relationship with God. Trust me, experience is way different. All right, I got you, Symmetry. Then you got it then. Then you smooth selling it. He says, can you retain a man though? Listen, nah, she got it, man. Most men consider women with kids. Yikes. Jeez. F, man, calling cap Symmetry. Symmetry is saying, the guy I'm dating makes 20K a year and I never have to spend a dime. He initiates everything and I'm able to be in my soft, feminine energy. It's automatic, no pressure. Those men understand. All right, cool. Then you got it. Congratulations, you found one. Then I'm wrong. You're saying, basically what you're saying is that I'm wrong. So, why aren't you on the phone and spending time with him 6 in the morning Eastern Standard Time? You're arguing with me about something. Why aren't you with him? You got a point to prove to me? He's out of the country? All right, nah, that's cool. I get it. So you got a point to prove, is what you're saying. You want to be right. So you're right. Your man that I don't know if he does exist or not, 20K, trying to convince me of and that's cool, Symmetry. I get it. I don't know if you're really telling the truth or not, or if you just want to try to prove me wrong, whatever the case may be. It is what it is. Would you like to move on? Because you're right. You found the man of your dreams. You make 20K. You're overseas. He didn't bring you. Um, but it seems like you got a business to run. So he'll rather have you do that than I don't know, be with him overseas. I don't want to make any assumptions, but you got it. It's nothing more else to say. You if I'm making 200K and I found my woman, she's coming with me everywhere. Um, Listen, man, you can't tell someone on the internet that they're lying because there's no way for them to actually prove themselves of what she's talking about. I mean, they went from they say it's always good to be delusional, right? And fake it till you make it. So, whatever symmetry is on, if she got the person or not, people are calling it cat. Symmetry. It's not just me. Um, yeah, listen, symmetry. I hear what you're saying. You're saying, it's too good to be true and stuff like that. I'm gonna let you know. Um, right, she lives in a perfect world. I don't understand like what would bring you here though. You know, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, and saying these things. I don't understand. I really, if you was really living that life, I don't think you would be on a random person's live stream doing all this. Nah, Symmetry had been in here before. I don't think Symmetry is a bot. I think Symmetry is just. I think whatever I said earlier about my boundaries. But Symmetry's been here before, been chilling and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know what's into Symmetry today. And I'm not attacking your truth. I don't truly know your truth. Cause you went from right, like it wasn't like you got a Symmetry, yeah. You got it, shorty. I mean, what's your guy do for a living? What's his occupation? Symmetry, what is your guy's occupation? All right, you got a symmetry. Um, hey guys, man, it's been real tonight. It's been real tonight, guys. Oh shit, yo. It's been a joy talking to you guys. Love, loyalty, royalty. Um, peace to you. Sleepy, man. I'm sleepy. It's been great talking to y'all, man. Great topics to talk about, man. Relationships. We didn't have to go on a tangent about talking about too much. I mean, even though we touched on those bases, talking about Jesus and God and stuff like that. But it was great talking to you guys as always. Well, it was it's all you. Thank you, Donna, for being in here. Connor, History Channel, man. Peace to you. You guys, as always, it's been great, man. It's been great. Listen, a couple things, right, before I dip up out of here. Anything that I've said dealing with boundaries, your relationships, right? You stay true to your boundaries. If you're a man or a woman out there, women especially, stay true to your boundaries. Don't let anything I said or how I've dealt with people in the past or my boundaries affect your thinking on how other men think, because we're different, contrary to belief. And that's one of the things I wanted to make sure to get across, that there are men out here who don't all think the same. There's a stigma that men have a one-track mind. All right. Once again, I had to show and also put out there, certain men do have boundaries and they stick to those boundaries to protect themselves, their space, and their energy. A lot of men, contrary to belief, have a certain would like to keep a certain mystique about them. It's what makes them stick out and gives them a little bit of mystery as much as it can. To have you women more intrigued, to have you more women more interested in us and what we have going on, and also bringing another level of attraction for those men who are able to set certain boundaries. Because for women also, a man with boundaries, if that's put on them, they know that their men are more susceptible to have certain boundaries with other women and what they won't do with other women. All right, so it gives that certain security with men and how they deal with other females too, and it brings a little bit of mystique as well. So I just want you, everyone, men and women, to take that. Men, if you don't have boundaries, you need to start creating some to help you with your energy, how you present yourself to these women, and have some respect for yourselves. All right. Also, that boundary shows respect for a woman. Also, a woman in her right too really shouldn't just be coming over all freely, wanting to sleep in your space or being all up in your space. It's protection for them also. All right. So this works both ways. So I appreciate those that came out to the time to listen. The debates we had, was able to hear both parties who were willing to share, from men and women. Mary has says women appreciate honesty and being considerate. Yes, listen, I'm a great host at my house, but unless you ill, you fucked up and shit like that, you can't get in my bed like that and spending the night. That's just me. But women, you guys have that same regard. You guys always have a boundary for us men. And when it comes to certain things, like how Symmetria was saying, she has certain regards with marriage and her boundaries, things of that nature. Listen, you women, hold key to your boundaries, and hopefully person that you are looking for, manifesting, um, will come across your path. You don't have them. Eventually, I honestly do pray that you women find the mate that you're looking for. But in the meantime, in between time, women, a little bit more respect for the men, boundaries that they might have, and even when you see that you are able to pull one over on them, you can see that they are easily always able to say yes to you. Hold them accountable. Make them a little bit tougher. Let them know that they can apply no. Unless you just want a man that you just walk all over, then that's fine. But if you're asking for a true masculine man, you need to help that man. If you truly want a true masculine man and you understand that he himself don't really possess the things that he has as a masculine, like telling you no, when you know he's gullible and got his nose open, you need to be honest with him and telling him to turn his nose down. Don't have your nose all open for me, because you need to have some boundaries. Because if I'm telling you straight up, if a man can have his nose open for you, don't, I don't want to, I got to say this as the truth before I leave out here. Some women think they are so special than the next that if a man has their nose open for you, they won't turn around and have their nose open for another attractive female that may look better than you. Not the best looking female in the world. So, a man with no boundaries, just telling you, yeah, 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 he's going to do that with another chick that looks better than you. So pay attention. If your man out here all gullible over you, and you think you that special, okay. Hold your guys accountable. Make your men stronger, females. Have them conduct themselves with a little bit more respect. It goes a long way. When you are truthful in communication with them, it makes it easier because they will listen to you. If they're head over heels over you and you tell them the truth for real, they will listen to you. You are the ones that's able to really affect them. But when you just use it for you and making you feel good, you're creating a monster. Song Jones is funny. Uh, Yo, man. But anyways, guys, once again, please take heed to what I'm saying, especially you females. I'm telling you, goes a long way. And I understand, trust issues and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, women, the same thing that you ask for in honesty from your men, you need to practice that as well. Be honest. Be honest with your counterparts. Be honest with the dudes that, if you are dating, once again, if you got guys that are just yes men, it's not good. It's not always good to have yes men around them. But you know, listen, I'm happy for everyone who has come through, and Mem, I appreciate you. Divine Vipers, I appreciate you as well for moderation. Um, and keeping everything cordial for the most part. Um, Anybody else? Symmetria, peace to you. Have a great night. My boo, I see you's back in here. Great. You have a good night, Song Jones. It's always love. Always great to see you in here. You have a great night as well. Who is this Honest Work? Honest Work been in here for a little bit. Shouts out to OG Kicks as well, another moderator. I think he left a while ago. Um, Sometimes you can't be too honest. That's the such thing of being too honest. Sometimes you need to dial it back, um, just to save face and not be too come off as too disrespectful. Um, and yeah, guys, it's all love at the end of the day. As brothers and sisters in this chat, as we have certain convos and stuff like that, I don't hold no grudges against nobody. I just understand, as brothers and sisters, and as we build something together, and as we talk, we need to be able to talk to each other on a certain level. And whether it goes left, it goes right, we can always come back to the center and understand that it's coming from a place from and for each other to just do better. That's it. We appreciate you, Symmetria, for real, for real. And everyone else, thank you, Mama Boo. Saying have a great week ahead. I appreciate that. Hey guys, once again, I may catch you guys in a couple hours. Catch you later. Um, Once again, it's always my pleasure. You guys have a great day with love and peace.